Hello, please. Hello, please. Come on, chat thing. There we go. There it is. There it is. Hi, dude. Welcome in. Good morning. Okay. I have to figure out what I'm doing today. I don't know what I'm doing today. I don't know. I do know that there are a series of things I still need to fix. I don't know how important they are, you know? Ball terrain placement is inconsistent. It would be nice to get all these things kind of crossed off the list, but man, I've just been fixing stuff for so long. Still need to lerp between anim frames for turbo sequence. I need to start that in a new project as well to try and figure some stuff out. Defer deletion of entities. Change aggro processing to aggro event. Did I do that already? Man, I wrote all this stuff, so I have 52 pages of to-dos. What do I want to do today? I could try and do continue with the colonist priorities. I could just finish up the building stuff, although I don't know, I don't feel like it, you know? Yeah, this is probably the next like actual feature. Is working on the colonist task priorities. Oh, I still need to test out new meshes with turbo sequence as well. I remember that was weird. Hello, welcome in. Happy Saturday. Welcome in, Draconin. Why is my channel icon on that? Do I look like I play Roblox? Do I look like I play Roblox? I'm offended that you asked. I am offended. Sorry, just let me, I gotta set some stuff up here. Test message. Cool. I don't know why the icons are so far off, but it seems to be fine. Okay. Yeah, colonist priorities is kind of... I could do... Oh, I need to do projectiles as entities as well. That's another one. which involves a projectile movement processor. Oh, attachments to Niagara as well. I don't know, I don't need like the super large scale stuff yet. Yeah, I guess I'm leaning towards colony optimizations. It's Saturday, right? I got a big chunk of time that I can stream for. Let's get into a system. Let's develop a system. Colonist priorities. Okay, now I need to remember. Let me get my workspace set up here. Let's clear everything out, basically. Those other tabs. Nice fresh slate here. Big system time. Let's go. Let's fucking go. I missed the to-do list. Here, we can show the 52-page to-do list. A lot of it's crossed off, so. A lot of it's just like thoughts, too. Welcome in, Shawnee. 52. Yeah, that's not the only page either. This is, these other ones are smaller. I had to split them out because it was getting too big. It's the everything doc? Yeah. This is, hey, welcome to Google. This is what your life is now. You work at Google, this is your life. It's just docs. If it's not a doc, it may as well not have happened. Yeah, there's the juice right there. Okay, so let me open up a few files here. Colony utils will be relevant. I will also need probably colony entity data. There's probably some storage stuff that's going to be relevant. Storage utils. And then like hauling, handler, default. Yeah, give me that stuff. Give me all that. But don't bookmark it. These are going to be important for surezies. How are we looking? How are we looking here? So where I stopped, I don't even know. I guess state tree is useful as well. State tree states. I guess where I left off with this, I don't even know if the priorities are working. Colony task enter. Here's the priorities right here. And I still need to find a good rhythm for what do I put in a state tree, what do I put in an ECS processor. Do I need to early out here for the priorities? Well, there should always be something in the priorities, I think. So let's recap. On colonist task enter, we don't have colony data. Yeah, return failed. We don't have interact data. Return failed. And if we get past that, if we have interact data and colony data, we're going to start processing things. Where we're basically going to check if there's an interact action on the interact data. Then we're going to grab the proxy actor, just for things. If the colony task queue is not empty, and so this will be like what the player directly gave to the colonist. If that's not empty, then we will process that, get the handler, build the task, which should populate the interact action. We return success. So next time we get in here, we will see we have an interact action. You building the colony login. I am building a colony sim. And if we don't have a task queue, then we can start processing priorities. If the priority is disabled, skip it. And then basically the first one, I think. First one that we get to, if it has a handler. If it we're gonna in place get ref just optimistically there. I mean, I think that's fine for now. I don't think I have a way to empty that array. They're either enabled or disabled. Are you implementing the colony logic? Yeah. So I have kind of like ad hoc tasks that you can give the colonists, but now I want to have like an actual list of priorities that you can set so the colonists kind of do their own thing. That's what I'm working on now. And I already did a little bit of an implementation for it already. And I realized that it was going to get quite unperformant, so I had to go and do a whole bunch of refactors. And that was probably over a month ago at this point that happened. So now, and we're back. And now we're back. It's the weekend. It is, Andy. And welcome in. I'm happy it's the weekend. It's nice and rainy here, and I love a good rainy day. Rainy days are great for staying inside and doing game dev. So we get the task handler. We're going to build... I call build interact actions. Oh yeah, some handlers used it before. I'm glad I put that comment there, because I would have been like, why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? Colonist task handler is not super important. Neither are these. And then if it's not failed or succeeded, we have a valid task. So yeah, just return success. Cool. Cool. Okay, so love a good rain. Snow has just started to actually melt here. It's quite warm. Nice. Yeah, our snow melted a while ago, but it did stick around for a while. A lot longer than usual. Oh, I need to turn their velocity back on, don't I? That would help. Probably can't do a whole lot if they're not moving. Probably can't do a whole lot if they're not moving. I've had to put up the kibble bowl for my dog because she had teeth pulled. So she couldn't eat kibble for a week, and I just put it back down, and my god, she is just munching away. She's so happy. my whole office smells like kibble right now. Oh yeah, just give me one guy though. Give me one guy. Join my colony. Here's the priorities UI that I built. You know what I need? I need to spruce this place up. It's looking a little barren, and I would love to have some forageables here. But the thing is, it's actually pretty tightly coupled to the terrain chunk, to the procedural terrain system. I remember looking into it and thinking, oh yeah, that's going to be a massive pain in the ass to get like some trees in here that are choppable. I probably will need to do that at some point. Can you put a shirt on, bro? Hey, are you just stuck now? What is he doing? Yeah, oh yeah, he's stuck. Interact action has no interact with object. What is your interact action? An ISMC action. What is your colonist? What is your task queue? None forever, haul forever. Wait, why do you have a task queue? I didn't put anything in there. Oh, I still put the current task in there from the priorities. Okay. If this happens, I should do something about it. Oh, and I don't have my... I don't have my state tree logs. Shit. And I remember I actually vibe coded the fucking this function. Yeah, and it's not working. I just commented it out for now. Uenum get value as string. Yeah, that's an error. Okay, so this is gonna be like really important. Otherwise I can't really see what's happening. So I think maybe we have to figure that out. I should probably delete this colonist task if we get here. Speaking of idea docs, I just wrote down an idea I had in the shower. Thanks for inadvertently reminding me. Hell yeah. Care to share with the class what your shower thought was? I also have it as a shortcut on my phone, so I can just quickly type stuff in, which is nice. You can make like a shortcut to a singular doc as like an app icon on your phone. But anyway, let's put another log in here for like adding task for task type, or I'll just say adding task type task. Put that there. Okay, so let's figure these out. This is going to be a massive pain in the ass. It's going to be a massive pain. It's related to the weapon upgrade system. There will be stat upgrades +1, 2, etc. But rare weapons will have a fourth action with a special ability. And actions and upgrades. Common weapons will be upgraded with a fourth wildcard slot and can clone the ability of another rare weapon you have. Basically cribbing the modular ability system from Elden Ring. Okay, so I didn't get too deep into Elden Ring. Is it the art, what is it, Art of War? Phosphorus, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome. Fourth action. So there, actions and upgrades, are they the same? Are they different? I am a little confused because I'm not well versed on Elden Ring. Yeah, Ashes of War, I said Art of War. Art of War, that's a different thing. That may or may not be world-renowned. So that, I feel like that kind of works like, have you played No Rest for the Wicked, Shawnee? I actually just downloaded that and played it for a couple hours last night. But yeah, each of their weapons seems to have 4 slots that like an ability can go into. sounds similar to what you're saying. You might check it out. Okay, what am I probably need a new... I think I want a new log category too. For state tree stuff. My state tree logs. Your system config question mark. Okay, listen, YouTube shortsers, listen. I really want to be welcoming to you all. I want to be able to engage with you all, but I need you to use a few more words in your in your statements, in your questions, in your comments. I don't know how to, like, what do I do with that, man? Your system config question mark. What do I do with that? What do I do with that, YouTube War God 1779? I can't engage with you. I can't. I just can't. Entity. Oh, I love that I don't need the context object. One thing I'll say on the topic of weapon upgrades, or like really just any kind of equipment upgrades, I'll say that I hate in a game where you can't tell how good a weapon can be, and it's like maybe you're using like a weapon that has been upgraded, you know, X number of times, and it's really good, and then like a new weapon drops, and of course it's not upgraded at all. You know, it starts at like level 1 or whatever the upgrade system is, you know, so it's like, and then you look at them, it's like hard to compare. It's like, okay, do I spend the resources to upgrade this just to see? And even if there is like some sort of comparison and stuff like that, it still feels kind of bad to me to not be able to immediately look at a weapon or a piece of armor and know, you know, hey, this is an upgrade. And there's different ways to do it. Like in WoW, you just have enchantments, which is just like a static thing that you put on each piece of armor. And it's like really like, it's pretty one-dimensional. So it's not really, it doesn't really impact your ability to understand if the weapon is good or not. Does that work? I don't think this works. Context log, formats. Oh, I need to actually put the stuff in there. For example, if a rapier has a double slash move, my prototype rapier has it. I'm thinking if you have a common scythe 2, you could upgrade the scythe to get a 4 slot and put double slash on it. This will explode the number of animations I'll have to make. Yeah. And so do you have to like consume the item, the other item whose ability you're stealing? I'm gonna put a damage simulator in my game so you can entertain hypotheticals and see the numbers. Really, so you want players to be able to sim what the best gear is. That feels... they should be able to just sim that by playing the game, right? A word of caution with that system, I will say. Your game, you do what you want. Coffee then code, welcome. I also like games where sparkles and VFX come out of the weapon based on what is slotted. I mean your PC hardware, RAM, and graphics card. So I have a kind of an unorthodox setup, but it works pretty well for like streaming and Unreal Engine and you know, the computation stuff that I do here. So basically how it all works is that the graphics card is actually it's actually an old call center in an Eastern Asian country, and they kind of hand draw in MS Paint all the pixels to the screen, and then they email it back to me. So I'm just getting a constant stream of emails to like render my screen. So that's my GPU. My CPU is just two hamsters in hamster wheels, just doing number crunching, and then it's all connected together through my motherboard, which is just a potato. Yeah. And then my RAM is actually both of my grandmothers, trying to remember where all the memory is. Yeah. I do want to feed weapons into weapons as a way to upgrade, so it would make sense if you have to consume the rapier to put its ability on the scythe, yeah. You can simulate shots in your tank by clicking on it. I'm thinking it would be some UI thing that runs a sandbox game sim. I think that's a kind of a slippery slope. I'm being honestly. Because I don't know, in my opinion, I would want players to play the game to figure out what's best, right? Like that's kind of part of it. You try something new. How does this feel? How does this look? Is it good for these enemies? Is it good for those enemies? You know? And, you know, even in WoW has target dummies. So you can kind of practice, you know. But I think I would rather not have target dummies. And I think a target dummy is that's a better damage simulator than just like click a button and then it does all the math for you and tells you the answer. I think that's probably target dummies are nice. And WoW, you would just use raid boss to sim best gear. Yeah, they have that shit now. Yeah. Oh, we might have to win. Back in the day, they didn't have that. But yeah, now it's like all spreadsheeted and stuff. Outside of the game. Yeah. And the output is a ruined rapier who's had its soul source energy drained from it. Hey, me too. Me too. Anyways, logging stuff. My state tree logs. This is not going to compile, but I do need to see. Oh my god, 144 actions. What the fuck? Are you serious? Oh, it's because I changed. Yeah, it's because I added that log category. Yeah, that's going to happen. That's going to happen. Okay, so here's the boo-boo. ECS log. ECS vlog identifier not found? Wait, where did I define this at? In logging utils.h. Let's put this into... Oh, I can't. It's templated. Never mind. My utils? My god. Why is my... What are you fucking doing? We're restarting it. What is happening on my computer? What the fuck? Is it because Unreal Engine is building right now? I truly believe that who you are moments after you wake up is your true personality. The simulator might be OP, but I want the dungeon to be rather dynamic in terms of its combat/damage variables, so the game is about jury-rigging the right build for a given situation. I guess I just have to wait for Unreal Engine to stop building here. Rather than having one meta build that smokes everything. Yeah, I mean, if everything kind of has a time... But it's like, at that point, does the damage simulator help at all at that point? Or I guess how much help does it provide? Dude, the hamsters are not happy with me right now. What is happening? Okay, now it's fine. The second I open up Task Manager, it's like, okay. I'm gonna guess it was like the Windows Defender running at the same time as compiling Unreal Engine. That was weird though. Oh no, it's Writer. Oh my god. Hello, please? Oh my god, dude. My PC, the hamsters are angry. Okay, let's end Writer. Okay, we're gonna restart that. Dungeon Simulator, that seems like kind of a stretch goal as well. You probably already feel that way as well. You know, like that's probably got it. I mean, unless it helps you for it might help you for development, actually. So it could be nice. Okay, we have to regenerate the Unreal Engine project model. Thank you for the sub, my man. Welcome in. So I hated the upgrade system in Diablo 4. Okay, why is everything broken? Why are you not doing stuff? My hamsters. Okay, now it's doing stuff. Okay. Where are you? You're in. I called it utility. That's what I called it. Okay. Import that. But in Diablo 4, like, it was so hard to discern. Like, of course, Diablo 4 just throws gear at you. You know, ARPG. So gear is just like literally spewing out of every orifice of every monster the second you come into contact with it. And then on top of that, like, the stats are so obscure. And there's so many like little mini systems within just the stats of Diablo 4. Like there's like stagger, there's overkill, there's like CC duration %. And there's like, you know, that's just to name a few that I remember. There's like, oh, like stun or something like stun % or something like that. And like usually your build like requires one of those, like, or a couple of those. But then there's also just like the raw stats for like strength, int, dex, that kind of stuff, which increases your damage, your like base damage. And so already when you look at a piece of gear, it is not very straightforward as to, is this better than my current piece of gear? Which is okay, right? It can be okay for that to be a little complicated, but not when the game is literally throwing gear at you all the, like, I spent half the time in town just staring at gear. And of course you fill up your bags in like 10 minutes, you know, doing like a dungeon or something like that in Diablo 4. And then on top of that, you can also upgrade the gear. You can take it to the blacksmith and you can upgrade it multiple times. And at first they didn't have the comparison tool to where it was like, it showed you the fully upgraded versions and showed you the stat, and then it was just like so much information on just being vomited onto the screen, all these numbers and stuff. Because it's like you got one side where it's like its current stats, at the other side where it's like its final stats, and you got to compare that to the weapon that you're carrying, to the weapon in your bags. Do that for every single slot, do that for everything in your bags. It's just like, and then on top of that, the whole game is based around these legendary affixes on gear that like basically change your build. It'll be like a little enchantment or something that you know, it's just random. And if the piece of gear is legendary, it has like this build altering effect on it, which will usually mean like those stats I mentioned before, where it was like I was playing a frost mage, so it was like I wanted like the freeze, whatever stat gave you faster freeze or faster slow, because after they were slowed enough, then they would freeze, and then I could deal a lot of damage to them. So I wanted stats that did that, and it was because of these legendary affixes on gear. And so it's like if a gear didn't have that legendary affix on it, then it's like, oh, can't use it. But then there was a system to where you could take the legendary affix off one gear, it would nuke the fucking gear, and then you could put it on another piece of gear, and it was just so fucking tedious, man. And again, all those systems could be fine if the pacing of the game was better. Like if you didn't drop, like if that was if you getting a piece of gear was a novel experience in that game, then that kind of loop of like, oh, I get to go upgrade it, I get to go enchant it, I get to put affixes on it, right? It wouldn't be such a tedious thing. Generally scared of putting players in a state of I don't know what to do. Yeah. Game presents a dozen options, and it's not obvious which is the right one. I feel like moments like those cause players to check out. I mean, there has to be some experimentation, though, right? I think it's one thing to, like... What I hate is when, like... I kind of hate it in Baldur's Gate. At least they gave you reasonable defaults. But it's like they let you change all your stats when you create a character. And it's like, dude, I know nothing about the world. I have no idea what these stats... mean. I can make a wrong decision when I'm building my character before I even play the game. That's like, they made it super reversible, so I guess it's not that bad. And kind of a poor example for what I'm trying to talk about, but like, if you allow the players to like experiment rather easily, then I feel like that can be okay, as long as it's not like so many. I mean, I think you said a dozen, so you're like, yeah, that's probably too many. And it's like, yeah, I think there's probably going to be plenty of scenarios where players look at two things. It's like, I don't know which one's better. I'll have to try it out. Like in No Rest for the Wicked, like I said, I was playing that last night. They have, you know, the weapons, and then there's like 4 slots on the weapons for like an ability. But like you can't hover over the ability and see what it does. At least I haven't found a way to do that. Maybe there is a way and I'm just smooth-brained. But I was kind of getting frustrated because I was like, dude, I want to be able to compare these weapons better. Like, what is this ability? But then I just had to equip it and then try the ability out and see what it does, you know? And evaluate it that way. Earning the player with the right amount of uncertainty and cognitive load is a real challenge. Yeah, that's the job. This is why games suck nowadays, because it's hard. Your description of Diablo 4 makes it sound like a game where everyone goes to the internet to find meta builds. Yeah. Elden Ring has that problem, especially with the content being fixed. Yeah, and the thing is, like, I was not super impressed with the class design in Diablo 4 either. It's like basically for each class, you kind of get like an ability / talent tree that you can pursue. And like every class has like 3 or 4 builds that you can kind of immediately see. Like the Barbarian was like a crit build, an overpower build, a bleed build. And it's just like each node in this tree that you pursue, you can just see the abilities that combo with it. Like it's so over designed. And it's like, okay, I may as well, like there's like maybe like 2 or 3 choices that you could make that could actually like go either way, you know? But yeah, I'm sure there's a meta. I'm sure one of them is better, you know? And I played, like I said, I played the mage as well. Like there was the fire build, the ice build, the lightning build, you know? It wasn't very exciting. And it was just like, I could see the class design the second I looked at the tree, started looking at the tree, you know? They didn't let me figure out how to make the mage good. They told me, the game told me, here's what you do. I would have, Could have been an actual bonus to like go to the internet and like talk to people about the game. Be like, oh, what are you guys doing? That's like working, you know? That could have been a cool experience, you know? And if you don't have damage simulators, or it's very hard to simulate the damage, then you can, you know, maybe that's an aspect of your game, is the outside the game community, which is, I think, something that all game devs have to consider now. Like back in the day, you didn't have to consider that, because like, what do you got? You got fucking Johnny down the street who's got the beige gateway in the fucking, that living room space station of a computer desk that we all used to have. That command center that had like a stack of 70 CDs. Half of it was Ricky Martin, the other half was John Bon Jovi. And then the gateway, the tower of the computer that was basically a fucking battering ram. You could break into Epstein's Island with a gateway computer tower. The chassis. That was your community. His parents are fighting in the background. Everyone had a dog shit mic. You got your friend who's way into the game and can be the build doctor. I love that. I want to make a game where you can't look up meta builds on the internet and let the internet think for you. I do too, Shawnee. I think roguelites are good at that. What is your thoughts on PoE 2? Haven't played it. Looks really cool though. I love the VFX in both PoE 1 and 2. The VFX look great. And yeah, it looks like a game with a lot. It looks like a game I would enjoy. But I haven't played it. So yeah, suffice to say, I think game devs need to consider the community that may or may not exist outside of the game as well, right? Like we were talking about discussing builds, you know, like there could be a positive thing there. There could be things you could do to facilitate that. What is this error saying to me? I don't know, this is like not that useful anymore also, because all I'm doing is like automatically passing the entity in there. That's all it's doing. I don't know, do I just kill this system right here? Call to immediate function is not a constant expression. Oh my god, we are in CPP hell. It's not a constant expression, so I just need to make this non-const. Is that works, and that's great. I don't think that's what it meant though. And I think, are these functions are const? No. Yeah, same thing, so that didn't matter. Auto immediate function is not a constant. It has to do with the template parameters, which this format need to not be const. Shawnee, have you ever played Black Desert Online? If you want to see an upgrade system that blows chunks, go look at that. Like you have a chance to just like nuke your piece of gear. And you have to nuke your gear to get fail stacks to increase the chance of upgrading the gear. And if you fail, the durability gets lower and lower and lower, and then you have to smash more gear into it to bring the durability back up. And there's not like a whole lot of different pieces of gear, and it's to like funnel people into buying the cosmetics on the cash shop. And every upgrade level higher that you get, it gets harder and harder. And so what you do is like you get shitty gear and you fail stack on that purposefully, because you need a high enough fail stack count to upgrade the really good piece of gear you have. But then you can fuck up, because like when you do upgrade something, you lose all your fail stacks. And so you try to fail stack on like lower level, shittier piece of gear at first, because it's cheaper. You can just get that, you can just keep buying those all the time, right? But then you accidentally succeed on like a shittier piece of gear. Oh my god, the worst, absolute worst system I've ever seen. There's some things that game did really well. You know, combat looks great. I like the node system. I like the passive economy. I think the world was really cool as well. Classes were cool. But yeah, that system absolutely ruined the whole fucking game. Yeah, I think I just don't want to do this. I think I just don't want these anymore. I think I just don't want these. It used to be to like pass in the context object, which we don't need anymore, which is actually kind of cool. I love that I don't need that anymore. Yeah, we gotta do context.entity here as well. There we go. Oh, and then I need the, okay, so you know, there's a little bit of boilerplate here. My state free logs. There we go. Angry Manta Ray. Welcome in. Even a lot of gacha games don't go that far. Yeah. It was egregious. It was egregious. Pop, pop, boop, boop, boop. Okay, so we have our logs in place, which is going to be crucial. Going to be crucial. I really need to set up a prettier, man. They're just kind of a pain in the ass to set up. But once you do, they're really nice, you know? Oh, they don't put that system in Crimson Desert. Yeah, I've been seeing some stuff on Reddit about that game. It looks crazy. Unreal Engine is like, look at me. Oh my god, you can like kick people off carts. Oh my fucking god, bro. It looks wild. What's the quality on this thing? Apparently that's 1080p. I don't believe it. Oh, there it goes. Dragonboard was playing right when this started. The pop-in has always been so egregious in the Black Desert as well. It's like, dude, the amount of assets that just to take this one like little scene is nuts. Give me like an actual.
There was a time when fantasy meant something very.
No, thank you. Oh my god, there's a fucking. That was like a machine dragon. Oh, that looked wild, man. Jesus Christ. Look at how intricate that is. That's insane. Like how much time did that take? My god. He's got like chains here. Like gears all over the goddamn place. Oh my fucking god, dude. Like how many artists do you have? Like leave some for the rest of us. Jesus Christ, China. There's like a guitar body here or something. I don't even know. And then food as well. Oh my god. Oh my god, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. I hated that. Oh my god, you can glide and shit, and you can grapple. Oh my god, they've literally put every system in this game. When is this coming out? Didn't know they got Boom on staff. Yeah, she's the creative director. Like, yes, we need Chunky Boy Boss. Oh, and then that big guy's like an ability or something. Yeah, it's kind of like Wukong. Wukong was kind of like that.
The full picture of what you'll spend.
The fucking Rock Lee Naruto. What do they call that move? In a month, really? I mean, I'll check it out for sure. The game looks good enough there, and it's an MMO, right? Yeah, it just looks like next gen Black Desert. Yeah, because all these things were in Black. I don't think flying was in Black Desert, but is it an RPG or what? I don't know enough about this game. Good God, look at that piggo. Yeah, I mean, I'll check it out. We'll see how bad the MTX is. It's an RPG. Okay, interesting. So not online.
Table. The Black Desert Worker Node System. Assassin's Creed had versions of this. You could even argue it feels like a mobile game mechanic on paper. But here's where I'll show my
single player,
bias.
apparently. That might be good for them. That might be good for them to do that. Because then that means all like the shitty systems of Black Desert Online aren't going to be in it. Right. Right, Anakin, right? The suplex, I love that. There's a fucking WWE out here. Yeah, I might check it out. We'll see what the fighting pit. Gotta have one of those. Yeah. See what the reviews are like when it launches. It's launching in a month. Early access in a month, or full launch in a month. Oh my god, the climbing. Horse races, of course. This seems like it might be like the Eastern Witcher. Dude, okay, so now we got Gundams. We got fucking Gundams in here now. What is this? Okay, now I draw the line here. This is ridiculous. This does not fit in the game. I mean, I know there was a giant chromatic, metal dragon that was a machine. But that was a little ridiculous. Full game. And a dragon. Interesting. Yeah, I'll check it out. This is stupid. This is stupid. It's almost like it's that Final Fantasy level of technology where it's like super vague as to like what the technological level of the world is at. Like, oh, there are people that fight with swords and magic, but also guns and machines. And like not like blunderbuss guns, like literal machine guns. And there's a guy with a gun sword combo. It's like, okay, what? I don't understand this world. I don't understand what is narratively possible when it comes to technology in the world. Game looks good though. Game looks good. Okay, they're just comparing it to Red Dead. Okay. Enough of that. There's some mech stuff here and there in the game. Yeah, the mech is weird. The mech is weird. Everything else about that game said medieval fantasy, and then there was like a fucking, like the dragon you can like say is like magic or something, right? Like you can say that, but the mech is like, there's a scene where you're getting chased by a tank. That, what? Oh no, maybe I don't want to play the game anymore. Maybe I don't want to play the game anymore. Join my colony. No handler for task type chop trees. That's fine. That is fine. What do we got here? No more haulable items found. ISMC interact handler failed invalid interactable. Yeah, let me look at the interact data for this frame. Oh, we're not clearing the failed tasks, it seems. When should that happen? At what stage? This is in handle ISMC interact action. That's going to be important. We will pin that. What is happening here? What are we doing here? What would you say you do here? I mean, we should, after we update the task status, we should probably remove it there. Process task queue. Yeah, so we should be here. If there is an interact action, we stop it. I don't think there was. No, there was. Interact with object is none, which is fair. Yeah, I think that this is where we should be getting here. Why don't we get here? Maybe I should throw some ECS logs in here. ECSV log, entity, context object. Go execute get entity, which is entity interface, entity system logs. Show happy Funland. Oh, I can't unequip, sorry. No happy Funland for you, Cog. Welcome in. Oh, there we go. There's happy Funland. There it is. Yeah, if you didn't know, ladies and gentlemen, that's where the happy Funland is on a man. You thought the green dude was a dinosaur in the thumbnail. Tony Cog, I think you've been watching too much YouTube shorts. I think we need to have a talk. Okay, process, task queue. We're going to say starting task. Starting task. Is this an intervention? Yes, yes it is. And then here, I'll say removing task from queue. Task. I'll do %s because I'll log the status here. Removing task from queue. Okay, so log the task type and then remove the status. Should I log like updating interact action status? It's really, I can just throw these ECS logs everywhere and it's actually kind of nice. Actually quite nice. Do I have a colony system logs? I don't. Yeah, we'll keep it as entity system logs for now. Log category. Okay, let's see what that gets us. I think I need another cup of coffee now, though. Stop that. Okay, let's see what's going on with this guy's priorities here. Hello. Okay, pause. Boop, boop. Okay, what do we got? What do we got? Processing colony task, none. Did we already have a none in here? I think it starts as none. Yeah, it just starts as none, which is fine. Then we put a none forever and haul forever in there. So what happened here? Processing colony task, none. Adding construct task. What is processing colony task? Is that one I just added? No. Okay, no. Yeah, there's no interact action there. Okay, so that's why it would be none. Okay, so if it starts as none, what am I doing here? Then we add a construct task in here. I assume there's no handler here. How is this working before? I guess before I would override the current task or something like that. That current colonist task. Yeah, I think I would do that. Wait, it's an array. Wait, why does it start as none then? Why do you start as none? Why? Why do you start as none? Where would that be at? Do I just log that? No, I don't log anything. I don't think. Not empty. Do all that. Tasks string. Or task in task queue. So yeah, I mean, there is something in there. How did that get in there? We tried Metroid 4. Nope. Okay, I may want to find out why that's in there, because I'm walking back. I don't think that that's fine. I think the only reason that was working before is because I was maybe explicitly overriding it at some point. But see, now I have two things in here. Adding chop trees task. No handler for task type chop trees. Adding haul task. Well, we at least got rid of the other ones, right? It says we were adding the task. Oh, because we're editing the existing task, basically. No tasks or priorities. What we got here, presumably because I guess we didn't have a handler. Well, we should have had a handler for the haul task. I guess it was the haul task was completed. We could put that there, a log there. It wouldn't be error, it just kind of can happen. Percent S, task type, task, completed immediately on build, skipping. And so what state is he in now? Where is... Wait, do I have this stage? Forget if I actually log state, like the state that they're in, or not. State tree, I don't. Okay, well that's going to be good information to have as well. State tree. Category. Add child. We'll just do like current state. State tree. Fake. Wait, do I not have like a ref to the current state? Is it, wait, do I put it in context? No, I don't. Okay, so wait, how does this work again? How does this work again? Oh, current state index. Is that, that's private. So I can make probably a little function here for like a get current state. How would I do that? This is all like template metaprogramming stuff. Oh, that doesn't exist anymore. I don't see the state transitions anymore. Oh, that's okay. There is a last status on the state context. So I can log that as well. Which I can't, oh my god, nothing is exposed on this. That's also private. Which is, does that have a type on it? It should have a type on it, right? E status failed. Get last status. Okay, this is gonna be f string get current state name. Does this work? Did AI just do the thing? Look at how I did it before. Yeah, I think it probably pulled from this, which is good. Okay. Back to state tree entity data. And the state tree is f state tree, which is t state tree executor. Which, did I make those weren't public, were they? There we go. Make those public. Get current state name. Get last status. This is an f string. This is a enum. And then what are you taking in here? to add. There we go. Good value as string. Okay, so now we can see a little bit of information here. A little bit more information about the state. We're going to keep looking at this, though, before we rebuild and try it again. And then later in the frame, after all that happened, we got hauling handler, build hauling task, no more haulable items found. Interact action has no interact with object. Which happens in interaction processor, which will be important now. That's later in the frame. Like, we have finished. I wonder if I should immediately call a process colonist task. I mean, I guess that just happens next frame after this. We got another interaction. Yeah, we're just stuck here in the interact processor, and nothing is removing from the colony utils. Yeah, so we built an invalid one here. We return. Will I be updating the status here? Why am I checking if there's no interact action? I don't think that's a valid check there. Update status wouldn't, well, I guess it could, right? The interact status change. We execute there. That must have happened. And then build hauling task, no more haulable items found. Well, no, because then we get to the interact with object after that. Yeah, I kind of want to update the status to failed there. I'm wondering if there's, did I intend for that to be valid for like a frame? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and rebuild. I'm gonna go get some more coffee. I'm gonna check out why there's none in the colonist task queue at first. Let's fix that issue first. Oh boy. Okay, it doesn't compile. Current state index. Oh, we need to pass in it the current state index as a template parameter. Ah, fick. Do I have to? Oh god, it's so complicated. I forgot how complicated this was. Yeah, so we have to do this. We do that, and then put this in here. This is a void. Frick. Frick. Okay, so we have to do then. You have to do this. Then delete that, and then current state index is now just I. And then state name equals that. Can I just equals? Oh, I need to pass it in by ref as well. Okay, here we go. Return state name. Does that work? Do you like that? How do you like them apples? Do you like them? I hope you enjoy them. No, it doesn't. Oh my god. Look at how long this one line. Holy shit. Do I not have line wrapping on this? There's no line wrap option. I literally copied the same way it was being used elsewhere. Why don't you like that? Oh boy, this is getting hairy. I just want a type name, that's it. That's all I want. What even is the error? I can't even see because it's such a long... Is it because it's const? It might be because it's const. No, it's not. Well. Okay, but now this, this is const. Can dispatch be const? Can I make you const? Just template metaprogramming things. Okay, this is looking nice. Just make dispatch const and we're good. I think we're good. I'm gonna go get some coffee. BRB. Son of a bitch. Unresolved external symbol. Oh, I can't get value as name. E status. Oh, I have to... Well, UN8 as well. Does just UN8 make it better? I don't think so. I don't think it would. Yeah, that requires it to be a UENUM. How do you get the name of an enum? Okay, Unreal Engine CPP enum to string. Please give me the non-U enum. Would like the non-U enum. God, what is this formatting, man? Maybe I'll just search C++ enum name to string. Oh my, you have to do that? Oh no, it's not easy. Oh my god, you can't do it. Okay, switch case time. Switch case time. Wait, how do I log it in the... How was I logging it in the meta state tree? I know I've had the BRB sign up for way too long. Oh, I just hard coded it. I just hard coded it. Okay, so we're just gonna... Apparently, having a 2-string on a C++ enum is too much to ask for. Is there a way to generate missing case statements? Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful. State, tree status, string. Okay, now let me put this... where do I put this stupid ass function? I guess we'll just put it like right here. F string get state tree status name. E status. Oh, I guess I can just like return here too. What? No, not all control paths return a value. What do you mean? You really need the default case that is impossible to hit? Poo-poo. Should have inline specifier, sure. Okay, so now we're gonna go down here. Get last status, go over here. Meta state tree. Get state tree status name. State tree. Get last status. Okay, well I guess we don't need to qualify that. Okay. Are you happy now? Is there no one else? Okay, now I'm gonna go get coffee. Now I'm gonna BRB. Okay. Now I am not back. Now I am back. Okay. Or not BRB. Now I am not BRB. Okay, let's see here for a second. Start that first, then play, then pause. And then turn on the heating pad for my dog. Don't need all of that. Okay, show me your initial colony state. You just start with one none forever. You just start with an invalid task. Why is that happening? Why is that happening? Hide the ability system and attributes. It just says processing the very first state we get is just processing colony task none. Am I sure that the vlog is not? Yeah, I mean, we iterate over task queue. Okay, let me see. Binding to non-const reference. That wouldn't be it. Read access, write access, that's remove. Now here's an add. Here's an in place. But we should see some logs before that action. I mean, I guess, yeah, I guess if we got here, processing colony task, none. Okay, so yeah, I guess we just automatically added one here. Did we even have? Okay, maybe it was me all along. Yeah, I guess I can not in place get ref here. And then ECS add for entity. Current task. Can I move temp here? Do I have a move semantic version of add? That would be nice. I'm not going to worry about that too much right now. To do, make move semantic version of ECS. Now that's going to be a copy, basically. We're going to have to move memory there. Which is why I was doing the in place. But now it's like it's so conditional. So conditional that doesn't really make sense anymore. And then here, let's actually put this log there, actually. Actually. Okay. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Do you now have? He has nothing in his queue. Beautiful. Processing colony task none. Let me fix that log, because that log's a little misleading. Processing colony task none. Just log all of the things. F state colonist task. Let's change this to say interact action already like supplied or something like that. Say existing interact action. And if we could here, I mean, I guess the else is just afterwards. No interact action. Well, let's do some more specific logs. We'll go in here. We'll say process task queue, basically. Process task queue. And then what do I want to log? Probably just task type here as well. Yeah. Process task queue, comma, first task. Is that one? Logging all of the things. We are future-proofing this. This is another vlog error for basically the same as this one. Same exact one as that one. No handler for task type. ECS vlog. Do I need to log if it's disabled? I don't know. I feel like that's pretty straightforward, maybe. Maybe we don't need to log that. And then we eventually get to these logs. Adding blank task from priorities. Priority task completed immediately on build skipping. I think that covers all of our branches, basically. No tasks or priorities. No tasks or priorities. Beautiful. That's a much cleaner log. And then do we have the state tree entity data? How's that look? Struct f state wander. That's that's fine. That's fine. I can do the right chop on that if I wanted to make it prettier, but that's fine for now. Okay. So let's get this guy onboarded. Let's see what he starts doing here. Hello, sir. Oz, what's your deal? What is your deal? Because Construct priority task completed immediately on build, skipping. ISMC interact handler failed. Invalid interactable ISMC. That would have been, where would that have come from? That would have been from the forage. The forage task would have logged that one. So forage priority task completed immediately, nothing to forage. No handler for task type chop trees, that's fine. I don't know if I need to log red. Well, the interact action, yeah, we need to get that cleaned up, I think. No tasks or priorities. And then, so we still have this interact action, has no interact with object. When do we clear that up? So what was the last one we checked? It would have been, we should have done hauling. Haul priority, it said haul priority task completed immediately. Let's look at the hauling handler. So we would have called build task, right? Which just calls build hauling task. Which we would have built the interact action on it. It would have been invalid, right? We didn't log anything. We didn't log anything after we built the hauling task. So we log here. Only do this on started status change so that we don't run the code on the game thread. Makes sense. We do the build I would have done build interact action on the hauling handler, which would have done this. And then we would have built task, which would have gotten past that. But would the task have had, oops, sorry, Mark. Yeah, I don't think we would have gotten here. We would have just gotten to this else, right? Or no, we would have gotten... Let me write this a different way to where it's just an early out. This is such a big branch now. If only do this on started status change. If it's equal to started, so we'll say if it's not equal to started or there is already one, we will return. Makes it pretty clear that nothing else is going to happen. Makes it pretty clear that nothing else is going to happen, and we get a little bit of extra space to work with for our line limit. Yeah, but I don't think we're ever getting here, right? What's our next frame? Interact action has no interact with object. That would be in the interaction processor. I feel like we should have gotten here though. No? Let's put a log here. I think this is going to be important. Do I have an entity here? I don't think I have the entity. Although the interacting object should maybe have an entity on it. I think I may be able to get it from there. Let's do an if with editor. And if f entity. Yeah. Although now I don't like that this is in the header file, because now I have to import that, which I don't want to have to do. We don't like imports and header files. All my homies hate imports and header files. We import them in C. Although that wasn't even the right thing to import. I was just blindly accepting the AI the AI suggestion, and it was slop. Yeah, that's good. What am I missing here? Oh, because I did equals, duh. Okay. If I'll say we want to cast this to I entity interface just to make sure we don't fail, basically. And then I entity interface execute get entity on interacting object. We have the entity now, and we can log it. So we can say the interact action update status went from blank to blank. Yeah, that's good. That's good. We love that. So we're gonna be able to see that. That is in the wrong spot. That would have failed. Okay, so we need to see that. Interact data, interact action. Yeah, I'm thinking we never updated the status. Otherwise, we probably would have gotten there. Although, what would have called that? I think maybe we did update the status. I can see the status. I can see the status. It is started. We just never... We're supposed to have bound to the status change. On interaction status change, handler, pass it back off to the handler. Who wrote this code? Oh my god, it's so bad. If there is an interact action handler, handles task status change. This is the default implementation. That's good to know. I forgot that there was a default implementation there. Handle task status change. We do call the default. So I'm gonna guess we just never get back here. I know the bind to status change can be pretty awkward sometimes. With some caveats there. Should I do another vlog here? If I do another vlog here, it would be a little redundant, but it would at least tell me whether or not we're getting there. Let's put a vlog here. ECS vlog, entity, my entity system logs. Ask to handle. I want to get the name of the class too. Excuse me. That's just get name, right? So we'll just do a %s there, handling task status change for task. Oh, I forgot I did that. I forgot I made a 2-string method for that. Cool. Rebuild that. I need to see that info. 67 actions. Oh boy. That was because I changed interact actions. Yeah, that does get... Ooh, it's imported in... Oh yeah, get rid of that. Don't need that there. That'll help. Will help that. Interact utils. Okay, I'm forward declaring it and importing it. We don't need that. Interact data. Now this one we may need. Well, it's a T-strong object pointer, so... Clean up those import. Look how clean that is now. Oh, beautiful. If you guys don't know, using Writer, you can, what is it, Control Alt 8 or Alt Shift H? Yeah, click on a symbol, Alt Shift H, it'll show you your include hierarchy for that. And basically, you want that to be as small as possible for build times. You can see here now I have to go fix up a bunch of imports. And you want to add forward declarations everywhere. Dude, Writer is just... The compile on Writer is... Taking up a lot of juice here. Wait, was construct action in this one? Yeah. Wait, can I not, I want to forward declare that too. Yeah. I hope that can be forward declared, otherwise I'm gonna have to split that out of this file. God, everything needs to be fixed up. I mean, this is a good problem to have. Good problem to have. Okay, rebuild again. Oh my god, I can't. Not be redeclared. Oh, it's just it's not an enum class. Let's make it an enum. But I hate that you have to, like, you have to fully scope them, right? You have to fully qualify them, which I kind of hate. Yeah, I kind of hate that you have to fully qualify them. Okay, no enum class, just enum. Just enum. Dead. Wow, this is amazing. Thank you. Why are you mad? C++ forbids forward enum declarations without an underlying type. Oh my god, okay, spare me. C++ being ever the picky eater. I don't like, why is Ryder using so much resources today such that my virtual keyboard does not want to make sounds? It's very weird. Like, I know, like, we're fine. You have plenty of resources to utilize, and yet you're frozen. How's it going, Jed? How was your Saturday? Are you on Sunday already? You might be on Sunday already. Okay, yeah, just close Ryder at this point. Do not open. Oh no, God. Lingerers, man. Opening Microsoft Edge. I don't even know how that happened. $7 Sunday. Good, thanks, dude. Just chilling, testing some rando stuff. Some Sunday morning game dev. Sunday morning cartoons for adults. I have forward declared. Oh, I need that. Okay, never mind. Ryder is kind of being the dick today, actually. Ryder is kind of being the dick. Which it's not usually. That's surprising. Working on colonist priorities. Finally back to that. I started that like a month ago. Probably more than a month ago, actually. And I realized I needed to do a lot of refactoring because it was going to be like super unperformant. Because like if you think about a list of priorities that a colonist has, every frame they need to check, if there's, or like every, not frame, but like every time they check their priorities, they need to run through and see, they need to see like what needs to be done. They need to see if there's any work to be done. And for something like hauling, that's like a really expensive operation. Like that needs to be asynchronous. And we also probably need to cache it as well. Because like I'm going to have colony storage. Like each container is going to have a different priority, different storage. So like, you know, you might have a little storage area where you want to put some wood, like a little wood pile. That has high priority for only wood. So if there's something that's not wood in there, you know, that needs to be hauled. So I have to like reconcile all of the storage stuff anytime something gets moved and then cache it. So right now I'm not doing any caching. So I would have to literally iterate over every single item in every single storage in the colony. Each time a colonist needs to check if there's anything to do in his priorities, and he's assigned to hauling. And if there is nothing to do, he's going to check that every time. Back on to, colonist development. Nice. Yes. They do yearn. They do yearn. All declarations must have the same underlying type. I think that's an old version of the file. What happened here? Okay, and what is this error? Okay, so I may have to, I think I have to strongly import it here. Which sucks. I mean, at least interact data isn't imported in any header files. Here too? What? No way. I'm trying to convert it to const. Why only construct action, huh? God, I may have to split up my interact actions. The files for them. I put it all in a single file. But I mean, in this case, all the derived classes would need to import interact action. Because they would extend it. Which, on a rebuild, interact action would still be included anywhere they're included. That doesn't actually help me. It only helps if I change. No, it actually wouldn't. Okay, so that one wouldn't actually help that much. So I have to strongly import interact action here into building. That's so annoying. Wait, no way. Because of this? No shot. I mean, I bet if I fix the first one, it fixes the other ones. It's the building construct actions, unfortunately. Does that fix it? I guess it's a little bit better. The interact data is an unfortunate one. I'm sure there's a way I could get around it. I just don't want to spend too much time on it right now. I could probably just change it to be the default class and not the construct action class. And then cast it in the CPP file. Okay. You're supposed to turn towards me. Thank you. Okay, what happened here? Okay, so none of that happened. All priority tasks completed immediately on build. Is that just because it never started? It was set to succeeded or failed. But here I have it set to started. When it changed from none to started. Wait, why was it marked as completed immediately? Oh, you know what? I bet I need to clear the interact action after each priority is considered. You know? Because I think that might have been the old interact action, but I should have built a new one. Should have built a new one. Yeah, I should have built a fucking new one. Let me do this on started status change. And then we never got back into... We never got back into the hauling task either from this status change. So where did that break down at? We should have bound to the interaction action. Yeah, maybe I'll put a breakpoint there the next time we run that. I'm still a little confused as to why we got to no other tasks or priorities. Like, why after... Where State Street, yeah. Why after this? Current task. Oh, we're checking the task. Okay, so that's why. The task status should be reset each time. And honestly, let's just create a new task each time. Like, in the stack. Is that inefficient? That might be inefficient. I mean, it's in stack memory, so... Okay, let's run that. Fuck it. It's a little confusing because there's an interact action status and a colonist task status. A colonist task is comprised of one or more interact actions, which is just kind of like a generic way for an NPC to interact with the world. Okay, so we didn't get there now. We did adding haul task from priorities. So we finally got to the right thing here. Finally got there. So we returned success. We got to interact action has no interact with object. We did get the status change, but we're still not getting the the thing out. The delegate. Delegate is still not firing. Okay, so we are binding it. ISMC action 0. That's kind of difficult. God, I hate some of these breakpoints here. Did we get there? I don't think we... I think this is just Ryder being weird with the breakpoints. We got here again. Ow. Now we are on ISMC action 1. Why? Oh, we're going through all the priorities, right? Yeah, now we're on Hall. Let me do this here. Find a status change. Fail to bind to interact. And I guess I have to get the empty that way. Hopefully we'll see one of those and we'll understand a little bit more. I think the first interact action was from the forage task. Second one would have been from hauling. Building, I don't think ever would have created one. I guess we'll see. Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing any log. I'm confused. I am confused. We gotta log at every step of the way. Try again. We'll try again. Okay, we have both of those being executed. Both of those were being executed. Try that one. Because handle task status change. Get columnist task handler for task to handle task type. I wonder if we're doing the wrong one. I kind of don't like this system I built. I kind of don't like it. It feels very idiosyncratic. Aha, so the handler is not there. Yeah, what task is this that we're trying to execute here? Task type is none. Okay, the task queue is empty. Wait, didn't we get to a, I said adding hall task from priorities. Is that not? Oh, that's, okay. Okay. I need to make sure it's a ref. I think. And this is why. This is why I don't like this system. Because I did not in place get ref, this task has actually changed. It's not the same task anymore. That's why. And so when we execute the delegate, it's operating on a task that has not been like, it's been like, I don't know, it's like empty or something. He's like, I don't want to set task status here, because that executes. No, it doesn't. Never mind. Okay. I mean, maybe rather than doing that, I just need to reset it each time. Just to make sure everything's clear. And then I did this because I wanted to make sure we remove it. Which means if we get here, no, if we get down here, we need to potentially remove it. If we get past this for loop, we need to remove it, yeah. Comment, no. Actually, just put the vlog above it. That makes it a little bit more explicit. Try that. Probably write a comment somewhere to prevent me, because I think that has tripped me up before as well. That it needs to be a ref here. Let me write a comment. Bind to status change. Okay, so I can get rid of some of these. And I'll say status change. Well, let's make sure this works first, I guess. Yeah, make sure this works first. Oh boy. Something different happened. That's cool. Pretty cool. What is this issue? These debug logs don't make any sense. Stack overflow. I see. We never found a state. I see. Yeah, he just checked priorities infinitely. So we have an infinite loop here. We have an infinite loop here. Is it from the status change delegate? Yeah, look at all those. What priority was this? The construction priority. I mean, this may have just been what you were last on. Why did this turn into an empty loop? Or infinite loop, sorry, not empty. I mean, we loop through here. We would hit the interaction processor. Okay, it wasn't an infinite loop before. Now it is. Because the only thing I added was the removing from task queue. I mean, I did add this, and then I changed it back to an in place. Maybe, I mean, I had those well, I had the in place before. I didn't have the colonist task reset. I don't think that would cause it though. I also don't know why removing from the queue there at the end would cause it either. Xenon Sunstone is his name, huh? He's fine now. So it did have something to do with that. But now he's got like the task type none in here. Oh, I guess it is the... We get here before, right? So for some reason, having, I guess I would get here. It's not empty. Then I would get in here. We'd go success. So I guess we're just hitting failed. Okay, what's the transition on this? On failed, we go to wander on failed. So why didn't he wander? Mister, she's off it now. Come on. Oh, we actually did get to the no more haulable items found. So that did fix the interaction status change delegate issue. But I still think we have that that dummy task in there, yeah. Now we're just stuck there. Which I think we do need to. Let me try this again. Was it something weird that caused the infinite loop, or is that clearly the issue? That is 1,000,000% the issue, okay. I don't understand why that is, though. Of course, reading these state transitions here are like a pain in the ass. Why is he not going to the wander? It seems like he's not. So I see the type name here is colonist task. And then it goes to root. Oh, so we would have returned success. Oh. Ooh. Okay, where are we returning success from? Because we do get here at first. And then we would come back around here the next time. Failed. Oh, because we have an interact action. That's not being... So I think actually fixing the interaction processor... I think fixing the interaction processor actually fixes this issue. I feel like I'm doing this to wait for... I feel like I'm doing this to wait for... Okay, I think I know the issue. I think it's coming together for me. So this colonist task that we've added and we're removing at the end of the frame, there is an interact action for it. We should probably clear that here. We need to clear the interact action here, I think. Because I'm pretty sure I put this here to allow a chance for the handlers to respond or something. Although... I would have updated status there. Let's see what happens here if we do this. I think the other place would have been a good place as well. So if we have a valid interact action, we're gonna do this. Update it to failed. And then hopefully that allows the handlers to clean up after themselves. And where do I set this to null at? I should be doing it in here somewhere. Updated to failed. I returned. The next frame, it would get cleaned up the next frame. I think maybe I should do that here too, so it doesn't take a whole extra frame, you know? Because then our colonist priority thing is going to run again. Still, okay, so still infinite loop. Still an infinite loop. Okay, let's try to do my original idea. Try that. Hello, Mark. Welcome in. I'm doing well, thank you. I'm doing well. We're working on some colonist priority kind of state tree stuff today. Dengio, welcome. What's the hourly rate you pay for Jed chatting in your channel and giving you compliments? He works for Attaboys. It's one Attaboy per hour. Still, are you... Wait, what? What? Wait, okay, so I have a misunderstanding then about what is happening here. Check if interact action was interrupted and needs to be rebuilt. What? What could I have meant by that? If we already have an interact action, I definitely don't need to be doing this. That's the only logical reason that we wouldn't keep getting into the How on earth would we keep getting here? Oh, that would have to mean that every frame there's no interact action. I don't understand how we do this infinitely in a single frame. I mean, okay, so I guess I'm building the task, but we have an invalid interact action. I think we will have been. I think we will have been getting here for. Not for construct action, but for the hauling action. Are we just building like a million hauling actions? We're on construct doesn't make sense. Okay, let me take a guess at the colonist task priority, where do I set the defaults here? I think it's in colony utils. Where do I set the default, where do I set these bad boys? There they are. Colony entity data. Set enabled to false there. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, but we're gonna rebuild that. I'm gonna see if that is the issue. Okay. Let's see if we get an infinite loop again. Yes. Okay. They set construct to false. And try that. Now, if this is still an infinite loop, I'm a little baffled. If it isn't, then there's something with the construct task that is being an infinite loop. Let's see. Okay. We still get a stat. How? What is happening? This is giving me a bit better picture, I think, actually. I think it does have to do with the... God, Ryder cannot handle the amount of memory. Here we go. Well... Okay, so on interact status change, why am I trying to rebuild here? So for the forage handler, what do I do with the duration? I checked this somewhere, right? On tree chopped, it's not, here we go. We do the haul inventory task. Oh, this is why I don't like this system. It just gets so hairy, man. It's so hairy. Just the flow of colonist tasks. I think maybe a better way to do... I think I could keep the system intact and just make a few minor changes. I think the delegates are making it a bit more complicated than it needs to be. That's what's decoupling the system, though. Because what the delegates do is essentially have life cycle events for the task. Like when the interaction starts, when the interaction is finished. And then the colonist task handler can decide what to do next. But then it's creating all of this these really picky interactions. So foraging. Why do I build task again here? I build task with the intention of it potentially failing? Because we're going to collect one after another, I presume, right? We do the build forge task, which is just an ISMC task. I set the interaction action to null, interact action. I should get here, right? What is the task target type? Is anywhere. Oh, which is not actually filled out. Invalid interactable ISMC. Yeah, I mean, that should, I feel like that should be handled gracefully there. Task failed. We process task queue. It is failed. The colonist task is failed, so we update the interact action, which causes us. We update the interact action to failed, which causes us to try and rebuild. Okay, it's okay. The infinite loop makes sense now. The infinite loop does make sense now. What are you working on today? Colonist priorities. Colonist priorities. So if we build the task and it fails, why would it fail? The only reason it's failing is because of an invalid interactable ISMC, which means there's nothing to do. Do I ignore failed here? I forget why I put this here. The task has failed, and the interact status should be failed as well. Which just got set to null. Man, there's so many interactions that happen that it's really difficult for me to determine if I can clear this or not and what kind of side effects that would have. Which is why I don't like this system that I built. I'm trying to think. I don't know if there's like, even if I build like a more streamlined system, like I don't know if there's a way to kind of get rid of this. Oh, can I remove this? And it'd be okay, other than just writing a ton of comments, which is maybe where I went wrong here. If the interaction failed, which I say you can probably fail the interaction, like trying to go interact with an ISMC that maybe the pathfinder doesn't quite get you there, that would fail, and we would want to rebuild. I guess what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to return success means I don't have to do it anymore, which may be an unimplemented forage task, an unimplemented ISMC task type should return success. But see, it's like I'm having to write all of this code to handle situations that are happening elsewhere in the code base, and that's confusing rather than being descriptive. Return success. End the task. It's not like ending the task. I'll say to signal that there is nothing left to do. I mean, I guess that it's not in a completely different. Well, I guess it's just because it's the ISMC interact handler, which is kind of a generic one for both hauling and will be building, and then also foraging, hauling, and building. Yeah, so that's all going to be kind of under this. Let me see here. Where the hell was I? Where was I? There it is. Forage. This failed is still sus to me. But I think it makes sense. Try to rebuild action. I'll say to see if there's anything more to forage. And I'll say where do I want to say this? If it's right here. I'll say ISMC handler should set task to succeeded to signal that there is nothing left to do. Yeah, I think I just need to get in the habits. I'm kind of a bad commenter in a way. Like, I've always had the mindset that if you're structuring your code well, you shouldn't have to use comments most of the time. Like, your code should comment itself. Of course, not always the case. It's not always possible for various reasons. Okay, so yeah, no infinite loop anymore. Is good. What did I just press to? Okay, but let's see how this got handled then. The infinite loop is gone there. So it was really the ISMC handler, which does the construct handler use that as well? No, it's just a colonist task handler. It was interesting we were seeing the construct task do the same thing. So yeah, we're stuck in the... Oh, he's stuck in the interaction state. Why is that the case? Whole inventory task failed. Removing from queue. I'm in the wrong file. Stay tree. Where's this removing from queue thing? It's in the process task queue, which happens after status updates. Okay, yeah, that's good. That's fine. But we should have set the interact action to null pointer here. And it is. But then we get to interact action has no interact with object. And he's doing the same thing every frame. Why didn't he transition from the interaction state? That's weird. Are you still in the interaction state? He is. Why is he stuck in interaction? Oh, because he still has an interact action? Yeah, he's just, okay, I get it now. It's because hauling takes multiple frames. God, man. Because hauling takes multiple frames? No, hauling failed. Okay, so what's happening is he's stuck in... He's stuck in the colonist priorities because he keeps checking them every frame. But why doesn't he get here? No tasks. Why doesn't he get to no tasks or priorities? Back to the first one. So he added... Okay, right, we added the forage task. Adding forage task from... Wait, why did we add forage task from priorities? It returned. It returned running? The task. Oh, it would have been the haul inventory, but like that should only get added if we hauled anything to begin with. We returned succeeded, so it did plus equals 1. Fuck, that's why. Oh my god, man. So we added a haul inventory task. Okay, cool. I mean, that's... Oh my god. This is so bad. How did I write something so bad? Because we returned success. I mean, okay, so this is a slight issue, maybe not a big deal. There's a more pressing issue. This duration current plus equals 1 is to signify that I picked up one, like, mushroom, one thing to forage. Because we returned success, but that wasn't the case. He didn't forage anything. Okay, sure, fine. We should still be able to properly handle the haul inventory task that got incorrectly added. Like, this whole system just feels so brittle, man. No storage found. Task failed, removing from queue. Why didn't it remove the like, what is going on with the interact with object here then? Like, I see nothing in his task queue, but there's still this interaction status change. Let me think here. Does this all get better if I cache everything instead of trying to do the processing? Because yeah, this colony produce thing is running like every frame. And trying to figure out if there's stuff to do. I'm kind of thinking once we change this into a kind of system where we are caching everything that a given colony needs to do. then these tasks just like they can return. Maybe I should add like another task status, like succeeded. Maybe they should be more explicit as to what they mean, rather than just success fail. Because right now, success and failure has implied meaning to it, which is maybe one thing that I'm doing bad. Because now I have to like interpret based on several different files worth of code what task failed and task success actually means. Does it mean that there's nothing more to do? Does it mean I need to rerun this? Does it mean I move on to the next thing? That's maybe one bad thing. That can help just my understanding. But let me think about a world where all of this is, well, can it all be cached? I think... I mean, like, for hauling definitely can and should be cached. Well, I can definitely just check if there's something to haul. I can just have a list of things that need to be hauled, right? Like, I can run that. Every time a storage gets changed, I can recalculate that. But for something like foraging, I can do this. I can do the same thing with construction, because I know when those events happen. For foraging, I kind of do need to check, right? Because that stuff just kind of regrows. Unless I have some defined... Like, unless each mushroom that regrows tells the colonies that are nearby that any foragers need to, like, recache. I think the other thing that's making this a little bit more complicated than it needs to be is that I think I tried to generify it too much. Like the interact actions. I mean, I don't know, it makes sense, like, an interact action is just a single thing for a colonist, for an NPC. Any NPC can just get an interact action and it can go and interact with the thing, which is useful to have. And there's an interaction processor. Maybe I should separate the colonist tasks from the state tree. But how would I know when a colonist needs to do a task? I mean, I could put them in a processor, and just check every frame? That feels unnecessary. I mean, I guess I'm already checking every frame in the state tree, so I'm checking in a less cache coherent way. Why isn't this getting handled properly? That's my question. It has no interact object. Mister, stop it, buddy. I should maybe change the interact state to make sure that he has an interact object. I don't understand how there is even an interact action that gets to the interact state to begin with. Because he was interacting with me. That's valid. That's so valid. I love that for him. On interaction tick, if there is no interact, should I also check or I don't even know how we're getting here with an invalid interact action interact with object though. That's the thing. Because this is succeeding. The colonist priority is succeeding because we added a forage task, which returned... Wait, what did that return? I feel like that forage task should not have returned anything. Adding forage task from priorities, that would have built an interact action. Which we don't have one of those for... We don't have one of those, which is fine. And not everything needs one of those. So we build the ISMC task. Then we would have built one here. Cool. Adding forage task from priorities. And then the next thing that we get to is process task queue. Which that must have happened because we updated the task status or something. But I don't see a log for that. Wait, I do see no more forage items to gather in area. Yeah, right. We got here. I would have set it to success. But then if that's the case, why? If it's not completed, which includes task success, how didn't that set the task status? And then we process next in queue, which is why we... Another thing that's the issue is that these seem to have... There's kind of a Russian nesting doll effect here with the delegates. Execute status change forage. Forage task succeeded removing from queue. And then there is a haul inventory task already in there at that point. This series of events doesn't seem to make sense. And yeah, the delegates are so annoying. Yeah, I think I should try to find a way to get rid of these delegates. I can still use like a status change as an event. But I think I should maybe, what, just like add some entity data to signify that the status has changed. And then process them? I don't know. That seems like it has its own confusions to it. Execute status change forage. So we got here first, we removed that, then we processed again, we got back in here. I guess I don't really have a log for when this happened, so this must have already happened in between these two, I think. Or no, rather in between these two. Execute status change forage, so that must have gotten changed. Yeah, that changed from none to succeeded. Duration current was 1, so we added the haul inventory. No more forage items to gather in areas. So then why does that happen after? Why am I getting this log way after all of this? Why? Process task queue says starting haul inventory task. Am I logging it backwards in here? Yeah, I am. Which is confusing. It's making these logs confusing. And then we get out of it. Like there's this nest because we call the process colonist task queue, which maybe that's the part that needs to be extracted out of here. Maybe that's the part that needs to be extracted out of here. Like we shouldn't just process task queue here within the update task status. We should add some maybe ECS data here to say, hey, process the colonist tasks or something. And that would happen later in the frame, where we process all of that. Probably in between the state tree and the interaction processor. Or maybe before the state tree. So in the state tree after the current task did get set to succeeded, but we're already on like the hall. A ton of shit happened right here, basically. We're already on the hall inventory task that got added. I mean, I think that should be fine. Theoretically should be fine, because then we just return success, which goes back to root, and then we check all of our previous states. But then why are we executing the status change on hall inventory now? When did hall inventory? I mean, why? I don't get, I guess, why that we went from the process task queue here. We got here, update task in progress. And then we would have got there again. We would have gotten there. Yeah, so why does this continue? Yeah, I may need to take a step back from this system. It was actually fine when it was just colonist tasks that were given by the player. But now that we're getting the colonist priorities in here, it's way too many idiosyncrasies here. Way too many peculiarities. I may need to brainstorm a bit how this system could be better. Easier to understand, easier to maintain, easier to write. I mean, I think it needs all of the above. Because right now, it's really hard to understand. And I wrote it, so that's not good. If I can't really understand it that well, and I'm the author, that's a bad sign. High level, I'm thinking that I probably shouldn't be building colonist tasks inside of the state tree. That seems like a bad move. State tree should probably be pretty lean, where all it does is add and remove data, really. Thing is, I am using the state tree for like searching for food, for creating interact actions and stuff. Yeah, I should probably just change the state tree to like anytime this happens. I need to make probably some more entity datas here. It's just so like look at this one. Yeah, so for like when they're hungry and they need to find food, right? We add an environment query result. Yeah, I add an environment query piece of entity data. So that performs an environment query where I can check. I try to find food in colony storage. You know, am I doing too much in the state tree? The thing is, like, if I use ECS processors for this, it's like in and out, in the state tree, out of the state tree, you know, and it just feels like a lot of back and forth. When I can just inline some stuff into the state tree. And it's not like the stuff that is happening here. I don't know. Is it worth putting it into ECS? Maybe. Maybe there's a lot of entities in a single frame that need to do the same. The thing is, like, once you get to the environment query, like, that's just not cache coherent. Although it could be. If I added those all to entity data, it could be. I wouldn't need to do spatial queries. Thing is, like, yeah, any kind of environmental query, like, even if I had location data in ECS, I would still need to, like, put it into the grid, the chunk processor. Mister, you're fine. That kind of doesn't, like, it's a separate problem, whether or not that works. I'm a little worried about putting more stuff into my spatial grid, because that's like, it's kind of not performant. I mean, it is, but it isn't. And when there's more... Yeah, maybe I'll create a separate chunk processor. Yeah, I think having one as being like NPCs, mobiles, mobs, and another one be inanimate objects, environment objects, I think that could be good. But in any case, do I make up my mind and say something like, the state tree, literally all that does is add or remove entity data. That's it. Because right now it's mostly that, but it's still doing some other stuff. And like something like this where we're just creating an interact action from a query result. Because we hit like a generic... And that kind of makes these things take multiple frames to complete as well. That makes the state tree take multiple frames to complete. I would love to see someone try to vibe code a system like this. Just to see what kind of hell they would get themselves into. Like, at first it would be okay, right? When you're just handling like simple stuff, which was the same for me when I built this. Like, everything was okay. Like, yeah, this is fine. This is working. This is easy to understand. And it's like the more and more types of tasks you add, it just gets, it balloons in complexity. Let's think about a theoretical colonist task processor. Actually, I think I may need to take my dogs out and grab some water real quick. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that before I dive deep in these weeds here. So BRB, give me a few minutes. All right, let's fix this system. I don't know who wrote all this fuck-ass code, but I'm gonna fix it because they're dumb.
Dum 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 dum.
It was me. I wrote the code. All right, dock time. Colony task system. Things I hate about the current system. Things I hate about the current system. What's the first thing I hate? And I want to be specific here, so I make sure that I avoid these pitfalls in whatever potential new thing I write. Things I hate about the current system is, I guess the delegates are the first thing that I hate. Let's say colonist task handlers use delegates to listen to updates on the interact status. Wait, why did that interact status? This creates a nested, I'll say in some cases, this creates a Russian nesting doll of colonist task events. Why is that going to? What is happening with the? What is with the margins here? Weird. That can cause stack overflows. Can cause, well, I'll say building colonist tasks in the state tree can cause stack overflows. I mean, really, the first one can as well. So it's kind of the two things I hate about it. Well, another one is like the success / failure statuses of the task handlers carry, I'll just say, can have different implied meanings. That's what I also hate that. Things I need to look out for in new system. I'll say if I decide the state tree should only add / remove ECS data, then colonist tasks can take multiple frames to, I don't know, like not complete, but like to build, to process, we'll say. there would be a lot of back and forth navigation between state tree, I'll say code navigation. Between state tree states and colonist task processors. I'll also say logic is split. The things I hate about the current system, logic is split between state tree, task handler, colony utils, so task handlers, colony utils, and interaction processor. Now, the interaction processor, I think, is a thing that I would want to keep. Maybe as I rebuild this, I need to get rid of the object-oriented programming here. Things to look out for in the new system. If using ECS processors, should I just get rid of OOP task handlers and interact actions, question mark? That's a sorry, god damn, is Refactor Man coming back? Yeah, so okay, so now what I'm envisioning, I'm envisioning a system where I'm thinking about this one here, the problem where logic is split between state tree, task handlers, colony utils, and interaction processor. That's 4 different places minimum, potentially more if it's object oriented. I'll say OOP increases this problem because things can be virtual and overridden and stuff like that. Things I need to look out for in the new system. I'm thinking that, like, if the state tree is only adding and removing ECS data, there's going to be a lot of tags, first of all. We're going to have to add a whole lot more tags to the system, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. But then the logic is kind of going to only be in the state tree and processors. Now, like I said, we're gonna be doing a lot of jumping back and forth between processors and the state tree to see like what picks up that entity data. But at least it's kind of like one thing, you know? One concept. So conceptually, less things. There would still be an interaction processor. I presume there would still be an interaction processor, but at least it's a processor like everything else. There's not... Colony utils is kind of like this weird... it's a utils file, so it's just static functions. but they're getting called from like the status changes and delegates and stuff. Okay, the new system. Dude, I don't, what is happening with the margins? Why does it always start, it's like, it's trying to make me write paragraphs or whatever, which I don't like that. Don't like that. Okay, state tree should solely be limited to adding / removing ECS data. Let's just try and say all logic should happen via processors, via ECS processors. Probably what I should have done to begin with. I'll say get rid of OOP colonist task handlers and OOP interact actions so that processors can be more explicit. Maybe let me write some bullet points here for this one, because I want to kind of describe what this looks like here. So instead of, we'll use the forage. I use forage as an example. That's a good example that actually does use the OOP. So yeah, I think I should. Let's say forage. How do you spell forage? There you go, forage. Forage task handler. Forage handler example. So the underlying piece of forage handler is the ISMC handler. This uses ISMC handler under the hood. And so we'd add like some, there would need to be some entity data. I don't know if I would have a F like forage task data or something like that, or an F foraging, because there's like the colonist task, the F colonist task is a generic struct, which I believe will take precedent in I wonder if current task is something that should just exist on ECS data. My question right now is like, should they bring F forage task or FI OSMC task? And what would these things have? Processing, let me think first about I'm picturing like a loop in my head of like processing colonist tasks for a single colonist. to like check their, so like checks, colonist, ask Q, and colonist, ask priorities. We'll just say priorities. What I need to, it would be nice if I had a tag for when to run this processor to make sure I'm not just checking it willy-nilly. Checks colonist task queue and colonist priorities. Let's see. Do I use a tag for this event? If it's an event, or if it just runs event, or runs every frame? That would probably be a pretty quick processor to run every frame for every colonist. And I could also just like, if I could just like, or just use the existence of task queue data or priority data. That way I'm not like running it for, yeah, that's probably the better way. I don't know that I necessarily, like if they have those pieces of data, so that would mean I would just need to delete the task queue whenever there's no tasks in queue. Easy peasy, right? That's probably the better way to do that. But then this is gonna run while they're doing tasks and constantly check, I guess, in that case. So if I use a tag, then that wouldn't happen. But those are kind of like minor details I can figure out as I do this. It's not like an overarching architecture implementation detail there. But process colonist tasks in processor. So checks colonist task queue and colonist priorities. And I'll say like adds proper task data. Would it add proper task data? Or would that be what the state tree is for? Honestly, maybe the state tree is not a part of the colonist task system. Maybe that's where I went wrong with all this. Because the alternative is that there's just an interaction state, which we already have the interaction processor set up for that. I'll say should the colonist task system even have a state here? Because like that could be in charge of adding the like check the colonist priorities tag. Sorry. Okay. Back to thinking about this. All logic should happen in ECS process. State tree should be sold. So that would mean that if we don't have a colonist task state, then this processor is just going to be running and putting things into interact data, which will then cause the state tree to do what it needs to do and trigger the interaction data. And so that would mean that the state tree I still have like the hangy states and stuff like that. Like they're like survival instincts where they need to like sleep. The state tree can still control that. So I'm thinking like, so the hangy state will like check the food value, right? It will like check what the food attribute is at. And if it's low, if they're like starving, the starving threshold, then it does stuff. But it's like, is that something I should check? In the state tree, or is that an event that's dictated from outside the state tree? So I do have the change listeners. I could have a change listener on food and sleep values. Those aren't like the most cache coherent things though. I mean, the state tree isn't either. That's kind of why I built the state tree, so that it's like a place for the non-cache coherence to happen. I'll say it's a bigger change, I think. It's a bigger change to have that stuff be events that happen from outside the state tree. The state tree also ticks reframe question mark? Yeah, ticks every frame. So I don't have a tick rate on the state tree yet. But it's super fast already. How you doing, bro? I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Welcome in. Okay, let's try to make smaller changes here. Let's maybe not focus on that bit. I guess the bit that I'm focusing on is if the colonist task system would even have a state. I'm kind of thinking no. And if that's the case, I suppose I would have a colonist task processor. Maybe only when there is no interact action. Because if there's an interact action, the colonist is doing something. So we don't need to process the task queue. Either there, yeah, I think that's a good key for that. Adds proper task data to trigger other task. I'll say to trigger task specific processors. And that would be based off of the task-specific processors. Their job would be to populate. Their job is to populate and process interact actions. There is an interaction processor, though, which does things. I have that here. I should also delete the interact action when it's empty. For better loopy dupes. Better loops, better cache coherence. Okay, and so how do I handle status updates? That, I guess, is the question now. If the interact action has a change in status, how do I let the task-specific processors handle that? And I guess then that kind of answers my question here of like forage task or FISMC task. I think we do forage task, which would then just populate the ISMC interact action, I would think. Moxie, what are you doing? I think the forage task specific handler would just populate an ISMC action to let the interaction processor handle it. And then I don't have all of these like, well, hang on. Back up. Action processor will pick up interact actions and move to / interact. Right, that is what handles the move to, right? Yeah, that does add the pathfinding. Yeah. How to handle interact action status update. I think I would need to add, interact status, interact action status update. Maybe contains old status. And then that way there would be even more specific processors to handle that. More specific task processors. I'll say a hand task specific processors. What do I want to say here? there would also need to be task and interact action status specific processors. But like a processor, it sounds like a big thing, but really they can be pretty trivial with ENTT because it's just like a view. It's just like a loop, right? They can be pretty trivial, and I can kind of group them into a nice function body to kind of like pack them together or something like that. So, like the most specific and efficient way that I could make this would be not necessarily for F interact action status update. It would be like F interact. It would be a specific one for each status. It's almost like the interact action status should be its own entity data. And honestly, maybe a lot of the stuff, because like I'm looking at how much branching logic there is here. And like whenever you have branching logic in an ECS processor, you're losing cache coherence little by little, right? And so this one's pretty bad. And it already is going to be pretty bad because the interactions kind of have to happen through. Well, there's a thought, do they? I was going to say the interactions kind of have to happen through like U object interfaces. But now I'm questioning that. Do they? Do they need to? Getting rid of the interaction interface would be interesting. Is that a hell that I want to get into? That was a little confusing as well, I'll say. Oh man, that's a whole nother concept. That's a whole nother concept. Side note here. Side question. Did I get rid of interaction interface in favor of entity specific interaction processors? Ooh, there's a thought. The interactions, the reason I did that is because it's not like that's happening, you know, it's not like happening 1,000 times per frame, so it doesn't really need to be. They're usually just one-off things. Usually. But thinking about like an entity-specific interaction processor, you know, like a building interaction, you know, a construct action, that kind of stuff, that might actually just be easier to work with. It might be, but that's a side question. I'm not italicize that because that's not like a part of this. I'm kind of down. Contains old status. I think I would need interaction status update. Contains old status. And then the subpoint here is interact action status specific entity data, ECS data, would work nicely for these. But I would only want it when the update event happens. So I think I would need both. Both an update event ECS data as well as interact action status ECS data. Basically, move the interact status from interact data to its own data, basically, to its own struct. So now, goodbye enums. I'm just going to use structs, maybe. You know, the more I'm typing this, the more it's making sense to me, and the better I'm liking it already. This will prevent Stack Overflows from ever having a chance to happen. Now, there still may be some bugs where, like, you know, we're not processing states and we're like stuck in a state or something like that, but this is going to be a lot more explicit, I think. I do want to follow through with one example with this in mind to kind of like put it through its paces. Another thing I want to look out for in the new system, how to handle different colonists having different logic for certain tasks, i.e., drunk colonist handles stoned colonist handles cooking task differently. Something like that. That's something I want to consider as well, because I do want some. I want that's why I built the object-oriented task handlers, because I thought that that would be a really nice way to just pop in and out different logic. Because, you know, you have like your default cooking task handler, and then you also have one that like extends that and is drunk cooking or stoned cooking handler. And each colonist has like a map where it's like task type to which handler it is. And then I would have something, I don't have the system built, but I have something that would like swap those out when they're drunk or stoned or whatever. But like, I'm wondering if they're like moods or like statuses. Like that would be basically, that would just be a tag, like an F drunk tag. And then I would have an ECS processor that excludes that and includes that. And that logic would be different, basically. That would handle interact action status updates. Okay, let's walk through an example here. So let's not nest this so much. Forge task or ISMC task? I think for the forge task. Yeah. Okay, so the flow for this would be oh god, all caps. Colonist, colony, task. Hello. Welcome in, first time chatter. Laborelli. Welcome to me refactoring yet again another one of my systems. For colony tasks and stuff. I'm trying to put it into my ECS system a little bit more, I think. So colony task processor, this is kind of where we start. Oh, did I determine when that was going to get triggered? Oh, when there is no interact action. Okay, so colonist has no interact action. So colony task processor runs. It I'll say colony task process so colony task processor, I'll say there are no specific tasks. There is, I'll say entity has no task queue. So colony priority processor runs. It finds, it checks the forage priority. Yeah, how do I like move forward in the loop then? Man, I love watching your streams. I've been watching them whenever I can for the last couple of days. I'm hoping to learn about Unreal and C++ from your streams. Well, nothing's gonna help you learn more than doing, so make sure you're doing a good bit of doing as well. Actually, I build a game in UE5 7 since February 2, so 2 weeks ago I've started with it. Wait, why are you saying actually there?
It's Leviosa, not Leviosa.
That's cool though. Game dev's fun. It checks the forage, it checks the first priority. So now I'm like, how do I progress through the list of prios? How do I do that? Because it's going to be latent. I can't just check it anymore. I think that was the reason why I did that in place. How do I progress through the list of prios? Yeah. It is a great question. And also, there's going to be this weird interaction where the interaction handler, or the interaction processor is going to mark the interact action as like completed and potentially set it to null or delete the interact data, which will cause the colonist priority processor to run again. Colonist priority processor would find a priority, makes the first priority, and adds the ECS data for it. But then, like, I need to know whether there's still something to do. I need to know if there's still work to do on a certain priority. I guess I need a tag, right? I need a tag for a single frame that says there's nothing to forage. Yeah, this is why I was doing, this is why I did it inline before, because this is a little tricky. This is a little tricky. This week I built a tab targeting fight system. Like, wow, mastering PC blueprint and 3 different milestone blueprints to learn all this system is great fun. Nice. Need to know if there's still work to do on a certain priority, or continue to the next in the list. I mean, I suppose I would have the task-specific data on there, right? I would still have f-forage task, which is like a tag, maybe. So the task type now is moving out of the colonist task, perhaps. No, I still need that there for like the task queue, because I do need to keep things in the queue. But yeah, I do want a piece of entity data for that, ECS data, a tag. So that forge specific has ECS data for it. I'll say forge specific processor runs after. I'll say fforge task. Processor runs after and creates interact action. Let's put that in a new bullet point there. Creates the interact action. Interact processor handles move to and interact because I'll say during, I'll say fforge task processor runs, I'll say because there is no interact action, forge task adds, I'll say adds forge task data. Because there's no interact action, forge task processor runs after and creates interact action. Interact processor handles move to and interact. And then this would add the, you know, I'll say changes interact action status, ECS data, and adds, well, let's be specific here. And adds that, and we'll say F interact action success or something like that. And so if the colony priority processor only runs when there's no interact, maybe there should be a specific one that runs when there is an interact action and a status update. Or is that something that there should be a section before the colonist priority queue or the colonist priorities get processed where the task specific handlers check the update status. So this would be next frame. So I'll be like next frame. I'll just put that there in a different bullet point. Next frame. I'll say before colony priority processor runs. Although it would be nice to keep all of the task specific stuff in the same section of the code to like be able, that would be much more maintainable, I think. And the downside to that would be it just takes an extra frame to potentially move to the next prio, which, like, you know, a couple frames of latency is fine. I don't need, like, the colonists can sit there for 3 frames deciding what to do next, you know. Although if we process through an entire list of priorities, let's say there's like 10 different task types. That's 2 frames per task. Because potentially the task specific processors would maybe, well, no, it just wouldn't add an interact action. If there was nothing to do, it wouldn't add an interact action. And creates interact action, I'll add onto here if there is work to do. So it would just take 10 frames. So we will have added the next frame before colony. Let me think here. Colony processor, colony priority processor I kind of need like a current priority. I think I need a current priority piece of data too. Maybe that's just what current task is. It's like colony priority processor needs to know what the current, we'll say what the last frame colony priority was in order to move to the next one. In order to move to the next one on the priority list. We'll say runs when they're only, it would run when there's no interact action, which would have happened because the task specific processor didn't add one because there's nothing to do. Add that as a sub bullet point here. If there was nothing to do for that priority, if there was nothing to do for that priority, the task specific handler wouldn't have added an interact action. This is how we know to move to the next one. Okay. I think that's right. But then we need to... No, that's wouldn't. But then we need to make sure that the interact action doesn't just clear it immediately. Like we kind of need the... We need that to be latent to allow these other processors to respond to it. That's the gotcha there with that, I think. Let me look at how it works now. I'll add that here. Interaction processor would need to not clear the interact action immediately on success/fail to give other processors, to give task, so task/colony processors a chance to respond to the event. But we do have the event data, the task event data, or the interact action status update data. So do I need to know whether or not there's a current interact action or not? Let me think about this. This is kind of the crucial part here. So yeah, before the colony I don't want to do this before the colony processor runs. Okay, so if there is an interact action at this point, this is kind of a different point, so put that there. Okay, so then we would get to like the task specific processors. I'm thinking the flow is this. Colony task/priority. I'll say colony task processor And let's name these. We'll name them. Colony task processor. Colony priority processor. I'll just say task specific processors. Spelled priority wrong. Task specific processors. And then interaction processor. That's the flow in my head. Just write that out there. So I would like to do this after. I'll say you do not clearly chance to respond to the event. So let me look at this real quick. Valid, yeah, we skip. If there's no interacting object, we skip. Which I should probably we should just never get here if there's no interacting object. We should just never get there. Oh, another thing I'll need to consider. I'll say, how does adding tasks from blueprints interact with these? Just something to keep in mind. I'll think about that in a second. Yeah, I guess this helps right here, right? And we could, this could be a separate if we have the interact status failed and succeeded in a separate piece of entity data, then we know. Then we can run it as a separate processor, and we can run that at the beginning of the interaction processors. So if we just run that first, if we run the processor that checks if it's already succeeded or failed and then sets it to null pointer, I think that gives the rest of the processors a chance to respond to that interact action, which I maybe don't need if I have the other data, but that we would need to clean up that data basically. So our cleanup views, our cleanup processors would need to run. And then basically, yeah, if the interaction action status hasn't ran, it would start it. And then I think usually that function call is what would trigger the delegates to like populate this information. So we check that there. But I think this information should have already be, for the most part, filled out in the new system. Like I don't think, because I did this because there were expensive tasks to calculate that I didn't want to calculate in the blueprint frame, which would have been on the game thread. Like on the game thread outside of ECS, which would have been horrendous. It was hauling specifically, I think. But in the new system, I suppose the blueprints would just add the current colonist task and a tag, right? We would add the tag. Well, I suppose, no, we'd add the colonist task with whatever information needs to be populated. And the colonist task queue would pick that up. and it would add the necessary task type struct tag, and then the task specific processors would run there. I'm making a game? Yep. In UE5? Yes. I think we're actually, I think the blueprints actually works a little bit better this way now. So yeah, I don't necessarily think this needs to go before the colonist priority processor runs. This is how the colony priority processor runs and how we know to move to the next one. And this is like checking for success / fail interact status first in the interaction processor before processing the interact action would satisfy this requirement. I want to play it? Question mark. Do you have a demo version? If not yet complete. Nope. Don't even have a name for it yet. This is actually the game. The game is a Google Doc. I'm kidding. This is the game. Here's the game. My God, have I already written 3, almost 4 pages of this already? Jeez. Okay, so that I have filled that one out. Okay, and so task specific processors task and status interact status specific processors run and handle rechecking. Is he real? Like, that's the first thing everyone says. Like, I don't know. Like, are people not used to like fantasy characters being muscly? Like, I know he's jacked, but like, it's like the first thing everyone has said when they see it. Like, here's the. Like, the human male in WoW is fucking jacked too. Like, I mean, I guess that one's not. I mean, he's kind of muscly, but like the default one, where's the classic WoW one? And like a God of War, like he's fucking jacked, man. Same with a game like God of War, Witcher. Geralt is fucking jacked too. Is it that weird? His arms are bigger than his legs. Yeah, I mean, it is a stylized character. Like, there are Overwatch characters like that as well. Not weird at all, just a classic case of video game physique. I mean, that was what I had in my head when I was commissioning it. I mean, WoW has since added different body types, but when they only had one, it was just a, like, giga jacked male, right? Stylized character art references. like this, you know? Like, yeah, his arms are bigger than his legs too. See, like, so, like this is kind of similar. I may actually already have this reference saved. And this girl's legs are twice the rest of her body height. Which is silly to think about. But yeah, it is the first thing everyone says. So it's making me think something maybe is not matching. Maybe the textures are not stylized enough to sell these stylized. You know, he doesn't look that jacked when he has like clothes on. Like, he looks, you know, big, and his legs look better, I suppose, there. Ignore his hands. They're not positioned properly. It's like weirdly femininely holding his hands. Anyways, it's a decision for a different day. Let's finish writing the system. Task and interaction specific processors run and handle rechecking. And handle rechecking if there is more rechecking, and I'll say, and handle repopulating interact action if there is more to do or not. I'm thinking right now about the interaction between this step and then moving to the next priority. Because this would probably need to remove the task tag. If we get here, would we just remove the tag if there's nothing left to do? I guess, yeah, I do need to, like, I can't check that. Going back to the colonist priority processor that needs to know what the last task was that was processing and now no longer has data. I couldn't do that with a templated parameter. like what the task tag would be, I would have to check like the colonist task type, find that in the list, go to the next one, basically. Should this delete the task specific ECS tag? Colony priority processor couldn't. I mean, I don't know. There's probably a fancy C++ variadic template metaprogramming way to grab like the reflection data off of that type and then find that. But that would just be, I don't want to have to do that. That's like way too five-head. Colony priority processor couldn't use the tag to determine what was the last priority. It would need some runtime type, runtime enum. And use that to find the position in the priority list. So now I need to think about like the payload. Let me think about the payload for the task-specific processors. Because before I was kind of thinking that like the forage task itself would kind of have the payload. Then there would be a lot of duplicated data, I think. But then there's also a lot of extra data in this colonist task, which is 64 bytes with some wasted space. Sounds like you're running into some classic data bloat issues. What makes it sound like that? I don't think I have data bloat issues. The issues I'm running into right now are my current the way my colonist tasks and priorities work right now. It sucks. I wrote it and I hate it, and there's a lot of idiosyncrasies in it that are making it hard to work with. So I'm going to move all of it into my ECS system that I've had for a while. I decided not to do those things in the ECS system originally because I thought that doing it, one, they're not things that like need to happen like thousands of times every frame, so they're not gonna like, it's not something that's super unperformant due to how much it is happening. So it doesn't necessarily need to be in ECS for performance reasons. And then I was thinking that having object-oriented, you know, using inheritance to define how colonists handle each tasks for like overriding logic and stuff like that would be really nice, but it actually turned out to be a fucking pain. Data driven is the way. So it's not you know, none of those issues were basically, it has nothing to do with like data bloat, which I'm not like exactly sure what you mean by data bloat anyways, but yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing right now. Just trying to figure out how I'm designing the ECS processor interactions basically right now. Yeah, and I have this colonist task struct which handles either a colony task or a colonist priority task. and I do need this enum right here, basically. I need something that carries this enum for the colony priority processor. And I'm thinking maybe I just split this up into different structs. So I don't use 64 bytes. I don't use an entire cache line to just transfer this around. But having it in separate structs is kind of annoying to deal with. And then also, like, if I have a task queue, I think all of this information needs to be handled in each queue item. I think almost all, basically all of it. It's a payload, basically. This is a payload for a task. So yeah, maybe I for now though, I mean, whether or not I split this up, that can be a separate decision from how this interaction happens. So let's just focus on this interaction of like, how does the colony priority processor decide to go from foraging to what's ever after foraging in this example that we're walking through here. So that means I need to, like, up here in this stage, I need to, like, add the colony task. The current colonist task should exist as specific ECS data, basically. So instead of here in colony entity data, where we have the task queue, the priorities, the current task would just be the first one in there. What are your goals and objectives for this game? It's always good to circle back. I don't know if that's relevant for what I'm trying to solve right now. I'm trying to solve a specific system. Not really trying to solve like a design, a game design problem. I'm trying to solve a technical problem here. I think what you're saying would be good for like a design problem, right? If you're trying to solve a design problem, you're like, you know, what kind of decision do I make for this game design? Circling back on, you know, the goals you have for your game would help with that. Yeah, I think maybe the current task queue. The task queue would then be only for tasks given directly to the colonist by the players. Or I just check the task queue in the colony priority processor. Although it would be nice to split this up. How big is this? 112. Yeah, that's pretty big. So putting priorities and default priorities into their own. We would get rid of task handlers, which is probably most of this. Probably most of this struct size. 32. Yeah, it's like almost entirely. So the colonist task handlers would go away completely. Methinks. Although maybe it would be good. Like instead of a T subclass of here, it could just be a struct static class. Although that's kind of a pain to add to, because then every single task tag would... I can cross that bridge when I come to it, when I need to override. I don't need to think about that right now. That's something that can easily be changed later. So we can just delete this then. And then we have task queue, which we can just have task queue data. We can have that be a separate struct and delete it when there's nothing in the queue. And so therefore the colonist task processor wouldn't run. We just run the colonist priority processor. I think we can have like a we can just have F colonist task, and that represents the current task on the entity. Let me write that little piece down. Entity has no task. So colony processor runs it, checks, and asks for task data. Colony priority. I'll say also and task. Queue. Processors. Add F colonist task directly to the entity. To the colonist entity. I'll also need to spell out what the task queue, how the task queue interacts with this, right? Because the task, if a player walks up to a colonist, it would interrupt the colonist priority. And then different colonist priority tasks can add tasks to the queue. So I'm thinking, yeah, like if a colonist is in the middle of a priority task, a player walks up to him, interrupts it. So the interact action is now changed from, I guess what would happen is when the interaction between the player and the colonist ends, the interact action would get cleared. After that gets cleared, the colonist priority or task queue processor runs. Well, the task queue processor probably doesn't need to run when there's not, or the colonist task queue processor does not need to run when there is already an existing colonist task on the colonist entity. And then the task specific processors that key off of there being no interact action would pick it back up and repopulate it. So that would be handled actually with this system, which is good. But if there was no interact action in that case, oh, the colonist, the way I have it set up now, the colonist priority processor would move on to the next. It would move on to the next one in queue. Because I'm using their, yeah, it would skip that priority. I probably need to clear the current task whenever an interaction happens then. Whatever the current task is, just clear it. Which would mean the colonist priority processor shouldn't run when there's a colonist task. So I think I need a separate piece of data to say, hey, here was the last priority that was processed. Which is annoying. It's an annoying thing to have to do. For such a it's such a tiny interaction, I need a whole struct for that. And these kinds of things are why I didn't write it this way to begin with. I did initially think about putting it all in ECS, but it felt like overkill, but I think it is turning out to be a bit easier than what I had before, where it was just nested delegate, execution, status update, hell. Logic all over the place, spooky action at a distance galore. Let me think. Yeah, previously my assumption was if there is no interact action and there is a colonist task, then the colonist priority processor knows to move from the current priority to the next one. And when also, if I have this like last checked priority, when do I clear that? Because like a lot of things could happen. And see, that's the problem with this approach then. Is like I don't really get immediate feedback on if there's work to do for a specific type of task. I have to wait until like the next frame. And by that point, the world may have changed to where there is now that, although it shouldn't be a short sequence of frames. So it's unlikely that it would get that out of whack and out of order. And what I was thinking was that it would just be nice to have like a set of processors that just kind of run and tally up work to do for the colony. But then that would be doing a lot of unnecessary work, because this really is like colonist specific, because colonists are going to have different skill levels and everything. They're going to be able to do certain things, not do certain things. So So I really do need it to be colonist centric. So now I guess the only problem I'm having right now, everything sounds great except for moving on from one priority to the next one, which you would, in a normal system, you know, it's just a fucking for loop. It's not that big of a deal. But now it's like everything's latent. So yeah, having a last colonist priority piece of data, that's the only clear way from in my head right now. Maybe once I get into writing this, I'll realize that there's another way to get that to happen without an extra piece of data. There might be. There might be. Because like the colonist task does have a status on it as well that I could check to say, hey, is this complete? Yeah, maybe that's what it is. So colonist priority adds the colonist task, which is kind of the payload, to the colonist entity. When does that status get updated? In the task specific processor, I suppose, right? If that has been set to success or false, then the colonist priority processor knows to move to the next one. Is it success or false, or only one or the other? And then the problem with this is like, what happens when the colonist is kind of interacted by an outside force from this loop? I would need to like clear the colonist task, which is where the state tree may come into play here. So maybe I do want the state tree to be a part of this. But where would that come into play? I would have to clean up. I would have so much data cleanup to do. Oh, I would have so much data cleanup to do if we like had some sort of colonist task state. which we would need to go into the interact utils as well, or in the interact state as well. I kind of need a way to like get rid of stale colonist tasks that have maybe stuck, because like a colonist could be in the middle of a priority. He could become hungry and then go do that. Then what happens to his like in progress task? Like this colonist starts starving. Where do I clean up that task? Because if it was incomplete by the time we get back to the colony priority processor, which it would be, then I kind of wouldn't know what to do with it at that point. Like, it would be kind of stale. The world probably will have changed, and I probably should restart the honest priority consideration processor, basically, is what it would be, a priority consideration processor. Yeah, maybe the colonist priority processor does need to be in the state tree. And then that way, when we leave that state, we'll either return success or fail, and we know if we need to clean shit up or not. But the cleanup part is the annoying part, though. Like, if we get interrupted... Let me look at the state tree real quick. Don't I have an exit? I do. I guess I need to pass, like, a success or failed to the... Would I need to do that? Well, I do have T on success and T on failed. So if there's like a colonist priority task or a colonist priority state, well, the exit would need to happen. It would be based on an external event, an external state tree event, right? Well, no, because then we would be looping through the state tree. Need to be looping through the state tree. So yeah, I even with that approach, I still don't really know if a colonist task is stale or not. I could come up with some fucking logic for when it started, have a start time on it, which I do think I already have a start time on it, but that just feels hacky. That feels hacky to just like, hey, if start time, if it started long enough, I don't even know what I would put that time at, like 30 seconds? Is that a minute, 2 minutes? Like, that feels like it would be prone to players being like, why the hell isn't my colonist doing the new thing? Oh, because some arbitrary time that's set caused them to not update their worldview, basically. I think I need a I mean, I guess this processor is going to be running kind of externally from any other interactions that could be happening. Let me think about how this process finishes. I think here, instead of not adding an interact action being our cue for our signal as to whether or not there was nothing to do for a priority, there should probably be... That's where we add the... I don't know, maybe we just have like a priority index, really. It's literally just an index. And then what happens if the colony priority queue changes? I set that index to 0. I think probably, I don't know why I didn't think about just having a priority index before. I think I was trying to get away with using it as little data as possible, but just having like an int for that is... It could be an int 8, right? How big is what's the max for... Max u int 8 value? Yeah, 256. That's plenty. Yeah, that's plenty. I want to say colony priority entity data has priority index as also last priority index. But I mean, I think I still have some of the same problem there. Which is like, when other shit happens, how do I like, when the colonist goes into combat for a while, like a lot of the, maybe just like in the state tree, if they do certain things, I need to set this index back to 0. Like when they go into combat, when they go into hunger state or sleep state. Let me look at the colonist. So we have root combat, interaction. Interaction happens before hangy, and then sleep would happen around the same level as well. We wander, then we idle. And then with the colonist priority processor, kind of just let the state tree, you know, come back to the interact action. Like the interact action, it would be like moving to interact with something. And then when that's done, it goes to the next state. Combining processors with a state tree, you know, it's kind of weird. I feel like there may be a scenario where the two systems are stepping on each other's toes a bit. And I think the only way I'm going to realize that is if I start writing this. My last thought was like, this index may need to be reset to 0 when outside events happen, like combat or starvation, combat, or I'll say hangy, so that priorities can be reconsidered. I think I should also think about the caching aspect of this, because that could change some of this, right? That could change how some of this works. Let's say in a perfect world where we have the colonist priority stuff working, but now we want to cache the results of the expensive stuff, like if something should be hauled. Like that's a simple check that we can do in line of the colonist priority processor. And so we can just completely skip that one if there's nothing to do, but with something like hauling, I think it makes sense to, like, whenever something gets changed in storage, either you change a storage's like priority, or you take an item out, or you remove an item. And probably actually only when you add an item to storage, or if you drop something in the world. Then the I think it would make sense to kind of keep that up to date whenever that happens. Although that is kind of, it could be wasted, right? Like you'd have to count, like if the player's just dropping a bunch of shit in the world, you'd be recalculating that every time the player drops something, even though probably in between each drop, no colonist needed to consider things. So and also, if I'm coming at this from like a colonist-centric position or frame of mind, where like a colonist without as much strength can't haul certain things, maybe, for instance, then, you know, their list of what needs to be done is different than the list another colonist may have who can, all that stuff. So, okay, I don't think the caching would actually impact this as much then, because I still need to do some check, you know, because I think what the best way to cache it would be, you know, just version it, and if the version, you know, whenever you add something to storage or change the storage settings on something, then you increment the version. And if the version of the cached information is different, or I mean, maybe you just clear the cache at that point. Maybe you don't even need a version value. You just clear it empty, which I think would just be like an array of entities. This is like, these are, because all of the items in the world have an entity ID to them. So it would just be an array of entities. And so if that's empty, you know you need to recalculate it. If it's full, then it's likely you'll need to do some work. Now, maybe there's no entities in there that you can handle as a colonist. That's fine. You can still fail and move to the next one. You know, it would, you know, the colonist, the task specific processor would increment the index. Yeah, I think I need to start writing this because I'm kind of getting down into the weeds of the very nitty-gritty stuff. I think, God, the only thing that's left on my mind is like how to make sure that we are reconsidering priorities properly. Now, let's say in this cached world where we have a version number, one nice way, like we could also store, rather than like a last priority index, we could store the version of each task priority that was last checked. Ooh. Is that, because like what that would do is whenever the state of the world changes for a specific task, that version number would increment. And then that would be different. And the colonist would be like, oh yeah, whenever we get to the colony, whenever the colonist finishes one task and needs to figure out what to do next, they would run through the colony priority processor, check the version numbers. The first one that doesn't match is what they need to do. But that would require me. The downside to that is that I would need to version the goddamn world. And like for things like foraging, like I would need to do that when something grows, right? There's going to be things that are like perception based, I think, right? Or maybe you just do areas. See, okay, so here's something that I can just throw a wrench in this immediately. Here's a concept that'll just throw a wrench in everything I've thought of so far. For something like foraging, where you want your colonists to like forage berries and fruits and mushrooms or whatever, you know? You can place areas in the world, and you can say, here's an area I want you to consider for foraging. Now, let's say your colonist is going to like chop trees in an area that is not marked for foraging, but their forage priority is higher. Do you want them to also, if they see a mushroom, just grab it, you know? That's a lot of calculation that's going to happen if I support that. A lot of calculation will need to happen. And also, what if you don't want them to forage in the same area that they're chopping trees in or doing some other task in, you know? This is a problem that kind of only foraging really has. Because if you think about the other gathering things, like wood cutting or like tree chopping, whatever you want to call it, like you'd probably want to mark an area. Be like, hey, cut all these trees, you know? For construction, like I know which buildings have been placed. The player has placed them specifically. So colonists can just go construct those. Right, I don't need to like... That is a list that is just maintained. For mining, I will probably have you... I'm thinking the mining deposits will be large to where it'll take time to mine them. So when you find one that you do want to be mined, I'm thinking it'll be more of like a mining outpost type situation, you know? To where you may set up like a little shelter and some beds or something. So you're like explicitly marking the mining nodes. And so in that case, like, it doesn't have the same problem as foraging because things are explicitly marked that you want them to go do. I'm trying to think of what other like hauling. I think whenever I drop an item, I'm gonna check all of the nearby buildings, which are entities now that have entity locations. And if it's dropped within a certain distance of a colony, that colony's hauling will get updated. So I think hauling will have a list of things. Crafting related things, those are all going to be probably explicitly set by the player as well. And farming or growing, that's going to be stuff that's explicitly set as well. Those are going to be areas that are explicitly set as well. So foraging is kind of a fucking... It's weird how peculiar foraging is in relation to all the other tasks that might have... Because it's like with trees that they're large enough, with ore, they're large enough. There's enough work to do to where marking them explicitly isn't tedious. What else would there be? Research, I mean, that's again explicit. Because like having to mark every fucking mushroom you come across. I mean, maybe foraging is something that's just like the reason I wanted foraging. Ooh, what about hunting? Hunting, it could be similar as well. Hunting could be similar as well. So this is kind of part of the problem of me doing a third-person RPG colony sim. This is where one of the things is... this is one of the peculiarities of it, right? Like foraging and with hunting. Hunting, maybe not so much, but with foraging, it's like you don't want to have to mark every mushroom that you come across for them to explicitly forage. But like early in a colony, you might not have enough food. You know, you might not have your farms up and running. You might not have hunters. You might not have enough meat. So you might just need people to forage for things. I feel like that should be a priority, right? And like there is going to be a like herbalism, right? Like you can collect special herbs, which will be probably a separate priority as well. Because like tree chopping is kind of a gathering, mining is a gathering. Skinning would be as well, but that's kind of like part of hunting. I mean, I guess if I'm doing the thing where whenever a player drops an item, it checks the nearest colonist building. I could also do the same thing for whenever something grows back. Although that just feels like it happens so much more. And I kind of wanted foraging to be perception based. Like I wanted kind of a non-combat skill for perception, and colonists with better perception can like see farther or something, you know? But that would imply that like they have to go search for the mushrooms. Maybe there's just like some background. There's like a concept of background priorities. That it's just like, if you see one, grab it, you know? And that, I think that would be hunting and foraging. Otherwise, they only do it in colony areas. Is that the logic? So there is a little bit of design consideration here. So if I had, let's say this will be like foraging. We have, we'll go hauling right here. Construction first. And what's right here? Tree chopping. We'll do yellow is tree chopping. Well, light green should be. Whatever. Light green is foraging. We'll say. So construction, tree chopping. This is a hammer. That's a hammer. I can't draw diagonally. There we go. That's a hammer. This is a tree. This is like a plant. Flowers. And then this is hauling. Well, that's just like a box. That's just a box. Okay, so like, I'm thinking like, maybe you have two for these actually, because like this is like construct any. Construct. Oh god. Oh god. That was weird. So this is construct anywhere. This one would be like tree chop in areas that you define, right? And then this could be forage, like if you see it. And so I was thinking that like what that could mean is like, you know, if you see like construction is higher priority. So if you see an item, if you see something to forage on your way to construct something, you don't give a shit. Same with tree chopping, if that's the, but if you're hauling something and you see something that you can forage, you should go get that first. That's kind of hard logic to write, though. It's kind of hard logic to write. And then I may need like a separate forage in area too. Is that something that I should allow? Because like you'd have to make that area pretty big to make it to like matter, I guess. This is just like haul. Just haul whatever. Been streaming for almost 6 hours now. Like overall, I think this system is better. What I have written down here. Few small things I'll need to consider. Right now, the main consideration is just like, when do I invalidate? When, if at all, do I invalidate I'll just say last checked priorities. I could maintain a cache version What was the problem with that? What did I say the problem with that was? I could maintain a cache version per priority type. But the problem with that is... foraging? It's just foraging. That's how I got on the whole foraging talk, yeah. It's all coming back to me now. So I guess the problem is, like, I just don't know if it makes sense to make that perception based. Because if you're explicitly defining an area, would I ever have a gameplay reason to not pick a flower that's pickable? Maybe if you just don't have a storage spot for it or something. I mean, I guess I should probably just check if there's available storage before I pick something. Otherwise, a colonist is going to just fill up his inventory. That's maybe a to-do. Do that here. Check if Colony has storage for this task. For this item. Or that will need to happen in build ISMC task, right? But a bit from the perspective, you see, okay, this is already where this approach is breaking down now as well. Yeah, that'll remind me what I need to do. Has storage space for this item. Otherwise, colonists' inventory will fill up with items and not be able to put them anywhere. But yeah, beyond that, is there any reason why I wouldn't... is there any reason I wouldn't want... So I could just write a processor to check every so often if they see... Based on, it would have to be based on their perception radius too. If they had a perception stat, checking a radius. If they don't see anything, you know, if the radius is big enough, I don't need to check it that often. So actually the shittier colonists need to get checked more, which actually is kind of nice because it's like the more the game scales, the more performant it'll be in that regard. But the radial checks are... Those are performance intensive. Those are performance intensive. So I would need to... God, and it's a lot of data to like cache that in the spatial grid, right? I wonder just doing a collision, if a collision trace would be better or not. I wonder. Because they would have, they should have collision on them. Well, that'll be something I have to test out if I do that. But if that's the case, then I can just kind of have a background processor running for colonists that have a forage priority. Like a forage if you see it. Let me write down these thoughts. Different types of forage priorities. Forage in area and forage if you see it. See it would cause a background running processor to check every so often for things to forage, just as they're running around. I've also thought of like a there could also be a forage within radius of colony. But that's kind of a hard... That's kind of a hard... It's probably less performant than forage if you see it. That algorithm. grab forageables. Within a certain distance of the colony bounds. And I've always thought about like having a colony bounds would be nice for a lot of systems. Like literally defining like a 3D geometric shape to kind of like encapsulate the colony. And there could be multiple shapes, right? Like you could build a little outpost in here. And like every building kind of has like an X tense that's like a little bit larger than it is to get, you know, make a little buffer. And then that can kind of be like your colony territory, basically. And it's like, there's some cool things you could do with that. But that's kind of a hard thing to maintain in a 3D world, right? In 2D, that's not so bad. Are you writing a to-do list here, or is it so you don't forget your thoughts? Will you come back to this doc ever again? Yes, I will come. This doc is, I mean, it's titled to-dos. That's just how it started, as a to-do doc. But this is actually what software engineers would call a design doc. It's kind of a shitty design doc. Not shitty, but like informal design doc. I'm designing a system, and so I'm writing down how I want the system to work and thinking through all the interactions of that system. What things I need to consider before I start writing code for it, so I don't waste time. But I do think I need to hop off. I do think it is time for me to hop off. I need to get some food and go work out. Need to stretch the Legos. Stretch the leggies. And I need to think some more about this. What do you do for a workout? I have a gym in my basement. At-home workouts. I mean, I think the easiest thing to move forward with here, barbell stuff, cable machines. I don't have a cable machine. I got a power rack, a bunch of weights, barbells, dumbbells, and then for like the cable stuff, I use resistance bands, varying weights of resistance bands. Which are quite nice. They really, you know, at the end of a workout, those really get the muscles burning. Yeah, the easiest way to move forward here, though, is to just do forge within area. That's the most straightforward. Yeah, I don't know if players would be upset about their colonists going to forage something that they haven't explicitly said to forage. And like foraging, like when your colony gets past the initial stages, foraging is probably going to become less important, although it would be important for alchemy. There could be here, let me think about this. There could be a forage hut type building that you can build. This could not only amplify forage abilities, but also act as an outpost. I'll say like bed, food, and creates a radius to forage within. That way it's like explicit, but you don't have to like explicitly place the area as well. Maybe at some point it's not an option as to whether or not you want them to forage if it's not explicitly set to forage. Let me read that again. Maybe at some point it's an option as to whether or not you want them to forage. Well, I would like that to always be the case. I want that to always be the option, I think. But there's just different, like the problem with foraging is that like the things are so small, it would be tedious to explicitly tell them to forage each thing, and that would suck for the player. Now you can build an area. I do have the areas working in game, but that makes more sense for like tree chopping, where like you can just kind of select an area and be like, chop the trees within here, where you can like see all the trees and stuff. You might not necessarily like see the forage, like the little mushrooms, little herbs, little flowers, little bushes, you know? And like to get use out of that area, you'd probably have to make it pretty big. I kind of like the forage hut idea, but like I still would want a way. That can't be the only option. You can't only build a forage hut. So I still need like a, and really like the problem is like early game. Early game, you would want some foragers, right? I think forage within radius of colony is actually probably the last option that I would build if I ever did. Although I think it would be really cool to have some systems that act off of a sort of colony territory. Like I think about like Civilization, like Civ 6, you know, Civ 5, Civ 6, I played a lot of. And like there are some like unit abilities where it's like within your territory, you know, you get bonus defense or some shit like that. You know what I mean? So there's some cool things I could do if I had a system that where I could query or just have the colonist territory, or the colony territory, not colonist, colony territory. And then I could say something like, so most games they make you create like an object, like you have to have like a town hall, or you have to have like a workbench, and then you can build within a radius. So that kind of defines the territory that way. That's kind of lame. And I would want you to kind of define the territory as you build things. It's like the farther out you build things, the more territory you can control, but also maybe the kind of the more dangerous it is because it's harder to defend, right? And then maybe you can, I do want some sort of like cultural policies you can enact for your colonies. And maybe one of those cultural policies will be like increases the distance at which, you know, or increases your colony territory. Maybe your colony territory grows. Like the more stuff you have, I don't know, the more, I don't know, maybe you can research civics or something. I don't know. Thoughts for a different day though. I'm gonna hop off. I gotta go do other stuff. Let us see who is doing things. Shawnee B. We'll send, he was in here earlier. He's looking at a nice heal. Have a good one too, Draconin. Have a great rest of your guys' weekend. We're just staring at ankles here on Shawnee's stream. Love it. Love that. Okay, I'm gonna send you guys over there now. Take care, everyone. Goodbye, and thanks for hanging out once again.